Oh.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Okay. What's going on, good people? What's going on? The one person that is in. Oh, mama, what's going on, JW? Nightish, what is going on? I put at the top, if you want to support the show, you can send Rumble rants on Rumble. It's just like Super Chats. Matter of fact, I forgot to bring up the actual thing. Also, if if you're streaming on Rumble, if you watch it on Rumble, you can always send a message through the messaging app and it will come up just like everything else, like a regular chat. So if it will come across the screen. Where's it at? Let me pop it out. One second. Pop out the chat. All right, so there we go. Let me make sure it's working because people. I'm just gonna say hi in the chat. Let you people know. Uh, let me see if it. Let me see. And we're gonna send that on its way. I seen it. There it goes. See, said hi. I said hi. What was last night conclusion? Oh man, you missed it, man. I'll send it to you because I had to make it. I had to make it private, sir. I had to make that private. Yeah. So if you're on Rumble, just if you want to see something, if you want to see your comment come across screen or whatever, go to Rumble. It'll pop up on the screen. Let me change that up. Also, like I said, if you want to support the show, go with Rumble. It's just and send a Rumble rent, just like sending a super chat. Uh, it will be highlighted for everyone to see, and I'm not gonna highlight it. They'll highlight it itself. Plus, it'll pop across the screen with your nice little handy dandy notebook. Let me see. We make this a little bit smaller because it is pretty big. Give me 1 second. I gotta adjust some things. Adjust some things now. Oops, shit. This one on this. So today, well, hold on. First off, if you missed yesterday's show, oh my god, you missed something special. There we go. So you still see it on the screen. If you missed yesterday's show, I listen. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get my dad back on the show. You never know. Should we review it? Hell no. Hell no, we ain't reviewing that shit. You are crazy, Black Thoughts. You were on the show. You seen how contemptuous that was? Yo, I love my dad to death. Those are the type of arguments we have all the time, except for it's a lot more screaming. If you listen, everyone said last night that's me in 30 years. What up, JD? My comment came across the screen. Whoop, yep, sure did. Boom, there it goes. So anyone that's over on Rumble, your comment will go across the screen. I missed the ending. Uh, he had to leave, but it was a pretty good ending. We all agree. He even said he enjoyed himself. So hey, I'm not mad, huh? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Again, he wouldn't have stayed for almost 7 hours if he didn't enjoy himself. So you can't say that. No one's a glutton for punishment for 7 straight hours that much, because he was getting the business. He kind of got quiet towards the end and allowed other people to actually comment more on it. And it's actually a good conversation. But yeah, yesterday was great. Did I put the link in the? Let me see. Give me one. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't do it. I was gonna add something else. Let me. Can I edit this shit? I don't know. Let me copy this. Of course, you're not gonna let me copy it. Of course. I hate YouTube. All right, let's see if this works. All right, cool. I'll copy that. All right. Anyway, today is, like always, TPO Sunday. Okay. Bottom of the screen. I see across the damn screen shows PayPal. I don't know what else. Okay. Yo, hold on 1 second. Man, let me get mad at me, man. Let me paste this. All right, so let me get this together. If you want to join the panel, of course, that is in the chat as well. The same thing goes across. I'm gonna put on here for Rumble. If you want to join the chat or join the panel, there you have it. There, that is a StreamYard link. He was given that work though. He was for some things, but I don't know if it was work. It was giving some bullshit. But I digress. Today's show, I'm going to use both computers. I'm going to use both computers. I haven't used this computer over here in a minute for shit. That's great. There was a mass shooting in Jacksonville yesterday, and they're already blaming racism, which was actually racist. He left a manifesto that they literally read as fast as possible. What? Could you just come up here and say it? Hold
He
on.
left the manifesto at his parents' house. Texted his dad right before he did the shooting, and his dad texted his dad to go look at it. His dad read it and called the police right away. But he had already started shooting, and it's bad, really bad. And from what they've said, he's been Baker acted several times, which in Florida, that's involuntary psych hold that family or friends or can put on you. It's crazy though. And the sheriff actually said the N-word on the live conference.
Was it a black? Was it a black sheriff?
Yes.
Oh my God, he can say anything.
But he was reading the biggest part of the manifesto, and it was bad. It was as bad as it can get. It's very odd, I think. Very odd. It happened. He was barricaded yesterday, so he was barricaded in the store and then ended up offing himself in the store. But it was happening while you were on live, and I told you about it, but a lot was slow to come out. His name was put out 3 different times as the wrong person. But I saw the name this morning, but they say he's quite the character anyway. So this story would go right back to the parents. If he lived with his parents and he's 20-something years old, 20, 21, something like that, they knew damn well he was crazy. Because if he's been Baker acted several times, that falls on his family.
No, it doesn't fall on his family. It falls on the motherfucker who did the thing, right?
No.
Wait. On top, yeah, but on top of that, it falls on society for getting rid of places to put these motherfuckers. Oh, my fucking camera's frozen.
Wait, what did Black Thought say? He said none of the black NBRS had any run-ins with him. What is NBRS? Neighbors. Yeah, but being Baker acted is kind of a big deal in Florida. But I don't know. Yeah, you're right. How is there a pattern? Go ahead, Black Dots.
I just want to, because when the media says that racism against black people, I'm very skeptical because they've watered it down so much that it's I need to see this all for myself.
I haven't looked at any media stuff on it. The only thing I watched was the live press conference from the sheriff, and that I haven't seen anything. I've been busy, so I haven't looked at anything today. But that's the only thing I listened to was the sheriff do the press conference, probably maybe 2 hours after it happened, to give an update, and that's when he said what he said. But I haven't seen anything today yet.
They interviewed one of the neighbors, she was black, and
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, so if he is that like did it just pop up overnight? There was no
It is
running with like
right.
there was no running with anyone black. There was nothing. Just boom. I'm
I
gonna
wonder
go.
if he didn't. Wonder if he didn't live there until recently. Like I don't know. It's the parents' house, and I know that they had said in the press conference that he has been Baker acted. They didn't say for what, and I think that's probably a HIPAA thing, but I don't know. He mounted up his gear at a college right down the street that's a predominantly black college. I don't know if that means anything or if it was just a side parking lot. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Well, I mean that's neither here nor there. Where he loaded
Why
up.
the Dollar General? Like,
Uh,
what?
that's where all niggas are.
He was at a predominantly black college.
That's
He
another
could have
reason
picked
why.
people off in the parking lot.
I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? So you know they had that the knockout game going on still. It's still going around. It ain't ended that much. You know, it's an attack on white men, but I don't know what I don't literally know what happened to him, but there had to be something leading up to. You just don't snap overnight and say I hate niggas. I'm sorry, especially if you're going to a predominantly black college. Oh,
Yeah,
he tried.
that's what I'm saying. Like I want to
You know
see the.
what's
Go ahead,
you
Mayo.
know you know what's weird? We're going to see this guy's supposed manifesto before we see the Nashville shooters.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. But that's the thing. I want to see the manifesto for myself. I don't want to hear what the media is telling me, what they surmise the manifesto says. I want to read it with my own two eyes. What it is that he wrote.
This is crazy. And I'm not gonna say I'm not. I'd still listen. He did the shooting. It is what it is, and thank God he offed himself. Good. I'm glad he did his thing. He did it justice for society. Get rid of him if he can't handle life. Get rid of yourself so we don't have to pay your tuition in jail for a long time. So hey, I'm glad he's gone. That doesn't stop. I mean, am I sorry for the people that instantly lost their life? Of course, but black pitted against white. That's a fact. White pitted against black. And while we're all squabbing, the elites are making their moves uncontested. That's a true statement right there.
That's a fact right there.
That's a true statement as fuck. But that's the problem, right? Is just that we're always going against each other for no for the shits that we can't even control. People are really into this literal white versus black thing. I've never in my life seen it as bad as it is. This is stupid.
Well, I mean, a lot is playing out here, right?
Mhm.
You have to understand, and I said this, I try to explain this to people, where if you notice all the people handing out the indictments to Trump, it's all black people.
Mhm.
Where are all the
Well,
white liberals on this? And that's what I'm
there's
trying to
Jack
figure
Smith.
out.
There's Jack Smith, but he's about to be indicted too.
But but that's the thing. Like all of a sudden, all of a sudden, in this whole judicial system, there seems to be no white liberals going against Trump. It just it just looks like it's all black people attacking him. When you really look at it,
Mhm.
and you're not going to tell me that that's not a play made by white liberals, like
Of course, they don't never gonna give them the okay to do something. We already know that black,
like
liberal black people literally take their cues from white elites, white people. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. If you look at everything, they only take their cues from white people. They even, if you even the way they speak, they show their hand by saying that they are oppressed by less than. You're acting white if you do something right. Everything that's bad is black. I mean, this is stuff that came out of these white liberals' mouths. So you got to take it for what they say. And it's crazy that people don't see that shit. That's why I say, y'all motherfuckers ain't better than me. That's why Mayo's an asshole, but I still love him anyway.
and that and that to me is just like it's like now all of a sudden it's just only black people you see going against Trump, black DAs, black this, that. There's no white liberal. The like not one at the front of this. and black people don't understand that they're being played, and that the white liberal is making everyone hate you. Like it's sad.
Go ahead, man. I know you had something to say.
I mean, I'm an asshole, but I'm not a racist asshole.
There's a major difference, and I wouldn't even care if you're a racist asshole. That shit doesn't bother me either. See, the whole racism thing is what do they call subjective? If you really want to get there, if you really want to, listen, as long as you don't hate me, you can be racist against everyone else. We cool. I don't give a fuck. No, it's stupid. This the whole racism dumb shit. I hate
How do you hate people you don't even know?
exactly. I'd much rather you be a nationalist than any goddamn thing else. This racism shit is dumb. If you hate every other nation out there, I wouldn't give two shits. As long as you respect the one that you're in, that you take all you make your money in, you bury your parents in, you bury yourself in. Bro, it's just everything else is irrelevant. It's just crazy to me. But you know, it's just like they said, we pitted against each other. And it's funny, it's just only white people against black people. It's not black, it's not Latinos against white people. Why is that not there? They said they're on so-called stolen land. They stole it. Mexicans stole it from the Indians, and Indians stole it back from the Mexicans.
And we stole it from everybody.
There you go. So it's not their fault that they were bad fighters. It's okay. Just respect it. So anyway, that's beside the point. I just wanted to go over touch on that a little bit before we get into these damn court cases. We already know we're all going to be pitted against each other because that's what elites do, and to think otherwise is crazy. To go get his game, I'm not going because I want tacos. I'm going to go get the game, sir. Jesus, Jesus Christ, this boy's. I'm about to get tacos. Like, I'm hungry. You know me and Juan,
What game you going to get?
huh? He's going once. He wants Madden 24. I think it just
Oh,
came out or something or whatever. Whatnot. I don't know. And he did a whole bunch of stuff to get it. So
I want to
so
see that new Mortal Kombat game.
it's not that bad, bro. Not bad. It's not bad looking at all. I watched it. So what do you want to watch first? Do you want to watch? We have a TPO that we can do, or which one is this one? A mobile home eviction, a bank robbery, contempt, arraignment. 12. You know what? Let's watch this one because I want to. I haven't watched any of these, so we're gonna watch these shits together. So I don't know nothing's going on with it. I didn't preview it. We all gonna watch this shit together and make our comments on what we see. Of course, I'll always enjoy them. Oh, that's the wrong one. Which one are we at? Yeah, that's fine. What? Am I frozen? I swear to God, I fucking hate this goddamn OBS, bro. This OBS is fucking killing me, bro. I'm about to downgrade it probably today. I don't know why I didn't do it. I said I was gonna
Yeah,
do it
so
last week.
somebody said they just released a new beta for OBS. So that's probably likely why they're not fixing this one.
Mm. Well, shit, they need to get this shit together because this is trash.
This stupid thing also says there's only 2 people in here.
It only is 2 people in here.
No, total.
I know it's only 2 people.
I mean,
in
there's
here.
4 of us up here.
All of us are not in YouTube. On YouTube,
Anybody in the chat, type a 1.
one. Come on, fucking OBS, close. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. No ones. There you go. There you have it.
What in the world?
Yo, hold on. Let me give you one too. Hold on. There you go. All right, sorry,
J
bro.
Dub's in.
All right, here we go. Oh, it's working now. Let me get back to where I was at. There we go. Jesus Christ. We have a one from Rumble. So just let's. Oh, of course, it's not showing. What the fuck? Oh, my overlays. There it goes. There it goes. Let me close one of these cameras off. No, there it goes. There goes that. All right, here we go.
How you doing,
Yes.
sir?
How you doing?
Can y'all hear that?
Okay. Did
Yes,
we
sir.
get an address proper for this, Madam Clerk? Or do we know? Or did it come back?
No, Judge, the office didn't get no notification saying that they will be absent. The mail was sent out on July 26, 2023.
What do you mean a proper address?
Well, I need to make sure the person was properly notified of this.
The individual lives with me. This individual has went from one county to another county, went from Fulton County. I'm out on 2 bonds trying to run from this individual, paid off my bonds, and this individual is over here in DeKalb County committing the same crime.
Do you think he's zesty?
Yes.
But can you fill us up with water, please, sir? We don't get nothing.
I don't know how he's doing these things. Now I have a video. This man threw lighter fluid on me, like I had the video, like they're allowing this, and I had the DeKalb County Police Department just came out to my house yesterday. I'm fighting this man at my house. Blood is all over my entire house.
Now, let me ask you a question. Did they took an incident report? Is that correct?
They did it twice. I'm talking about now. This was top the cake, Judge.
Okay, what
Now, I'm not.
Oh,
What did this judge step into?
I don't. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, my whole. Can y'all hear this? Can y'all still hear the?
All right,
Yes,
this
sir.
is
Okay,
a courtroom,
cool.
first of all. Okay?
I understand that. I understand that, but you have to understand. I'm on 2 bonds because of this individual,
Okay.
and I just got out of jail, be trying to fight for this, and
But-
had to
but
file
Mr.
a temporary protection
Mr.
order
McClure,
on it. I
Mr.
understand.
McClure, I'm first of all, in order for me to take any of your testimony, you're gonna raise your right hand, okay? Okay, you swear from any information you give gonna be the truth, the whole truth, under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Okay. Now, okay, so tell me what I'm looking at your police report. So tell me what you're asking.
Ain't no way in hell I would bring that up. I would not take this case. Oh, can a judge deny cases? Or he has to hear them.
I think they're assigned by the chief
Damn, that
judge.
sucks. Because I'm like, oh, weedy. Can you imagine the bullshit that these motherfuckers got to go through with this bullshit? These motherfuckers said
no.
they live together. They live together. Yo. And they say that straight people are beating up these LGBT7Zs and shit. No, it's the other ones that's doing it.
They beating each other.
Yeah, they
Shit.
beating each other. It's not us doing it. I could care less if you gay. Just stay away from me. Well, I don't even give a fuck if you gay. That don't, you can stay away from me. Just don't come on to me. We're cool. I don't care.
Transpired. Do you have any other witnesses beside yourself?
No.
Okay. All right. Tell me what happened.
The problem is, Judge, this man is following me from one county, from Fulton County to all the way over here to DeKalb County. So the
We in
individual
Atlanta.
actually lives in Rexy, Georgia, but he was staying with me. And I went to jail over there in Fulton County. He didn't went out and filed false warrants. He didn't out here. He can't take no for an answer for a relationship. Then he lied and said he gonna act right. He don't pay no bills. He don't do none of this. Then come over here and do it in DeKalb County. I didn't went to jail. I didn't serve 2 warrants in both counties. Just got out last month. The judge just told me, if you're gonna be done with him, Mr. McClure, you need to file a restraining order. I just filed a TPO. Got a court again this week for the TPO. Now, 2 days ago, This individual throwing lighter fluid, trying to set me on fire. I had to show it to the police and say, y'all, your whole entire precinct knows who we are. Because now that I showed them the video, they see him. What he'll do is he'll wait.
I got what you're saying, but I can't. I have a report. Let's talk about the matter that you have alleged in your application. That was on July 19, 2023.
I'm just be a dead man. I'm just gonna be a dead man, playing with this man on just seriously. Y'all gonna let this man kill me. All y'all judges in this courtroom, y'all gonna let this man kill me.
Mr. McClure, I cannot talk about what transpired the other day. I need to talk about what you put in your application. The application was for July 19, 2023. That's what right. That's the one I want you to focus on.
Right. Yeah. I'm focused on if I'm running for my life. I'm running for my life. The whole entire situation.
It's focus on that date. Okay, tell me what transpired on that date.
That day he maced me.
Okay,
that's what he did. He maced me. Don't you see it? Don't you see it in my face that I'm tired? Don't you see it in my face? I'm over it.
I don't know you personally. I can't see it in your face, but I want you to tell me what transpired. That's what I'm trying to understand. So listen to what I'm saying, so you can tell me what transpired on July 19, 2023.
Mr. Pelez got off work from Target. Was not allowed. This individual got a job, lived way out in Rex, Georgia. The individual, it's a Briar Cliff runs in from North Druid Hills to always runs to North Druid Hills to La Vesta. The individual in the walking from all the way from Target coming down, purchased mace at Target and came to my door. He already had my keys, a copy of my keys to my house. The individual came into my house. When I opened the door, I had to tussle with him. Maced me. I'm all in my Mercer University shirt. Got mace all on my shirt. All this, all on that. I had to call the police. Police are very aware. They was like, didn't we just arrest you and you got out and then this situation is occurring? What's going on with the individual? I said, I got a restraining order on them. I had to show them the restraining order papers, do the TPO, did everything that the judge asked me to do. What else you want? What else you want me to do? The boy don't want the young man don't want to pay no bills. It ain't gonna work. It's just not gonna work. It can't get away. I don't know how he know these laws with this situation, this criminal justice system. Who he knows down in the courtroom, how he doing this situation. He's doing it. It ain't no I'm lying or making this up. No, we're not gonna play those type of games at all. I'm too old for that. I'm telling you, this is what happened. The man came to my house and he maced me. That's what he did. I've probably only been out probably jail for probably like 3 weeks. And during that time, when I filed the report, the report, I got the police report. The video was on my phone for him throwing. It don't get no worse than that. The judge, when the police officer seen me last night, they was like, he was talking a good game, but him throwing lighter fluid on you and then trying to set you on fire, yeah.
Holy shit.
So in here, the report that I have, it shows or it says
it's not gonna say there's lighter fluid this part because this happened. This is high.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
The July 19, 2023 report that we have here is alleged the victim as being Mr. Kenneth Pelez. Okay, and you are the suspect, Mr. Ryan Dean. You're what they call the offender, Ryan Dean McClure. Okay, and in that it alleges that that Mr. McClure said he observed the victim, Mr. standing on the patio and directly in front of the door disputing with the suspect, Ryan McClure. As I began to approach him, the victim attempted to run inside the home and the suspect pushed him back outside. Due to the nature of the call, I instructed the victim to come towards me. Once he did so, I immediately detained him. When he asked why he was being detained, I explained it was due to being a burglary call and me observing him attempt to run inside. He explained that he lives at the location and that he called the police. The victim stayed on the day's day at approximately 2100 hours. He and suspect were laying on the bed when the suspect asked him if he wanted to have a threesome. He stated he did not. The suspect still called another male from them.
Wait a minute.
Whoever named this the Bussy Chronicles was right.
That was J-Dub. Oh my. Yo. This motherfucker said he wanted to have a threesome. That is thinking, I don't know. What? Listen, that's, you know what? Did you get an image in your head there, Mayo?
No, sir.
Yes, you did.
No, sir.
How does that even work?
These are not things I want in my head. So. I ran out of
that shit.
I ran out of my eye bleach and my psychic screwdriver.
Oh shit, that's crazy. Hey, I don't know how this judge can keep a straight face. I just want to stop to start laughing. Oh wow. Listen, matter of fact, I couldn't do it because that's like behavior unbecoming of a judge. Oh shit. Oh man. God
Meet them
damn.
at the location. Once the mail arrived, he came through the front door, and the victim immediately became upset and instructed him to leave, but he refused. Because of this, he and the suspect got into an argument about the mail being there. The victim decided to call the police and attempt to get the mail removed. He advised he waited on the patio until my arrival. Due to the previous encounter I've had with the suspect and the victim at the same location, I knew the victim did not live at the location. The last time I responded, he advised he did not live there anymore. And prior to leaving that incident, the victim left the location, advised he was not coming back. When I asked him about this, he advised that he and the suspect got back on good terms after the incident began come back around. So did you live at this location? This location being Cliff Road?
That's my address.
Okay.
That's my address. It ain't no did I live. It's my address. He's forging his name as his address. Yeah, he was like, we was trying to, all this other type of stuff. But that police report that you're reading is several more police reports that's behind that police report that you're reading. And there was another police report that next probably two or 3 days behind that when he maced me. That's what made me file this warrant application. This warrant application does not have nothing to do with that report that you're reading. That's another report. I have about 4 or 5 or more police reports behind that. We're not even finna play those type of games at all. Mr. Ples is a liar, and he cannot come back to my house, and he still come back to my house. And when we got into it, and when the situation has occurred, the police officer allowed him, you know what I'm saying? Because, them coming over to my house over a period of time, almost 3 months in those 3 months, almost 90 days, of course, they're going to say that he lives there. Yeah, he does. Because of the fact that they seen him over the time, and numerous of times, the police are coming over to my house. Mr. McClure, we know that Mr. Ples is living here. Now that the restraining order is in effect, they know that I don't want no dealings with him.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So you're saying, this is what I'm asking you. So I have the report in your application. You said the date of incident was July 19, 2023. And that's the report I read you. Okay. And you said at my home. You said time frame around 4 p.m. I'm like, listen, you the one, you fill this out. I didn't fill this out.
Uh-oh.
First of all, Judge, I'm not a liar about anything.
But
I was talking about my life and is in danger. 4 p.m. is where he got off work. The man got off at work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or in the evening, whatever you want to call it. He came to the house when the report was done. That's probably when your officer done the report, and he had a key to my house. I can't
Okay. All right.
Why'd you give him a key to your house?
So in this incident, what on July 19th, you allege a couple of things. You got battery, looks like some kind of stalking, and basically you allege that damage in my home twice.
Yeah, he was doing
not to return. Listen, let me finish. Threatened to kill me. My manager told him I was dead. She has the messages. Mr. Kenny Ples is jumping county causing problems. He damaging my other home in Fulton, where we got into an altercation, and he tried to stab me twice and maced me on July 19, 2023. Now, is this so he maced you here? This is where he maced you at the July 19th?
Yeah, in Fulton, in DeKalb County at 2209. Yes.
Okay, that's where he maced you. Okay, that's why I want to make sure I understand what was going on. Because we're talking all over. I need us to focus, okay?
I know it sounds all over. I know it sounds all over the place because of the fact that of the situations of him going down and going into these courthouses and making up. And what he'll do is, I'm not gonna play with him. And I told him, I said, I'm gonna put my hands on you if I gotta get you out of my house and drag you out of my house because you're not supposed to be in here. Well, the fact is, and Hey, the fact that
Uh-oh.
if you taking butcher knives and trying to kill me and trying to take my life, and like the police officer, you got to do what you got to do, Mr. McClure, because if he got the restraining order on him, and he there trying to come at you, and then he got gasoline, and he got lighter fluid, Judge. Come on now.
Yeah, I want to just make sure I understand everything that's going on, the dynamics. Okay, I know you have you had a subsequent situation that transpired. However,
Yes.
I have to make sure I focus on the one that was alleged in this
Yes.
on July 19th. Okay, that's when you said he sprayed the mace in your face.
Yes.
The mace in your face.
All right. Okay, I've heard enough. And what I'm gonna do is I want to issue a matter that there's probable cause, sufficient probable cause to bound this case over.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And Madam Clerk, what happens at this point? Do I need to issue a warrant? I actually gotta put a
Yes, so I'll go ahead and send Mr. McClure the instructions to come down to sign the warrant.
Okay. All right, do you hear that, Mr. McClure?
It's in Georgia, Mama.
She's gonna send you the instructions to come down and sign the warrant, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ooh, the bussy is crazy in these streets. All right. The booty warriors, huh? Black Thoughts, you didn't have nothing to say on that one? That's crazy. I never heard you so quiet when it came to bussy.
Well, sir, I don't involve myself in domestic disputes, and especially not ones that have to do with bussy. I stay out of that, sir.
Okay.
That's more male's lane.
Lighter fluids and lighter.
What'd you say, Mayo?
I would be happy to give both of them lighter fluid and lighter.
Yeah, give them a torch. Fuck it. Tiki torch. They can do it themselves.
Flamethrowers at 20 paces.
Figures DeKalb County used to have a huge mental hospital. They closed it. Bet this guy moved right next door when he moved out. Wow.
Days like these, we can see come and go.
Probation, this is an application for deferred. Court is calling 2023 CR 2906, State of Texas versus Summer Munoz. Can I have the parties announced for the record for the state?
Lindsay Shaw for the state.
Defense?
Suzanne Kramer for Miss Munoz.
Are you Miss Munoz? Counsel, you received all the discovery. Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Munoz, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with tampering with the government record or license or seal? That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked? The court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
She does.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Okay. According to the plea, there's a $1,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration 2023 CR 2907. County Court cause numbers 667-964, 685-144, and 700047. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargaining agreement. There is a request that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 150 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offer states exhibit 1 and all the time. No objection.
All right, the reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Is there anything you would like to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, at this point, my client wishes to waive the PSI and do the TAP eval
as a part of her deferred adjudication probation. And then go ahead and go along with the rest of the plea bargain agreement.
All right, is there anything you wish to say?
No.
All right, do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages and how many do you have?
I have one, she's gonna be 7, on Wednesday.
And where is she now?
She's with my, brother-in-law.
All right, so you don't have custody of her.
I do have custody, but she's just staying in for now.
All right, if you drug tested today, what are the results going to be? And before you answer, note that you will give me a drug test today.
Okay.
So what are the results going to be?
Real quick,
Dirty for what?
we,
And what else?
that's it.
All right, well, we're going to check on that. Can I get a UA? And we'll come back.
Uh-oh.
And so that will be done today. So do you still?
Oh, shit. Mayo, what you think? What you think come in it?
I think she's gonna melt the cup, sir.
She don't look like a man. I think there might be a little crack in there, man. I ain't see her. She ain't open her mouth long enough to see if she got
Little
teeth
weed.
left.
Little weed.
Little weed, you know. But the funny thing is, they're in the 187 district court. They're in murder court.
Oh yeah.
So was she sick with just weed?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll come back.
Many unbearable hours later.
All right, we're back on the record in 2023 CR 2906, State of Texas versus Summer Munoz. All right, so what did you test positive for? And you want to go back to I only use marijuana with me?
No. I can order for marijuana and.
I'm sorry. Can you speak up and could you uncross your arms? You're not a little girl. We're not in a classroom. You are in a felony court where you could potentially go to prison. So what are you been using?
Meth and marijuana.
When's the last time you used meth?
Not the meth.
Like 2 days ago.
No, it's more than 2 days ago. How often are you using?
I just got out of jail, so I haven't been using that often.
Well, I mean, you went straight from jail to use meth. Don't give me attitude.
I'm not.
You've been dishonest with the court. You made them waste of, you think UAs just are free? You made them waste a UA, telling me that you're going to be positive for marijuana only when I knew it was not going to be the case. And now you're positive for meth, amphetamines, and marijuana. So who are you using with? Are you using by yourself in a dark room? Or are you using with some boyfriend? Who are you using with?
No, actually where I'm staying at.
And where is that?
With a friend.
Who is this friend?
Her name is Natasha.
All right. I like the way you make up names. I can't believe anything you're telling me now because you were dishonest about the drug use.
It's the only place I have to stay at right now. So they use and it was tempting.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to want a TAP evaluation ASAP, please. Are you employed?
No.
So how are you supporting yourself?
I'm not.
So who's supporting you?
Nobody.
Well, what are you eating other than drugs?
I have food stamps.
I'm sorry, what?
I have food stamps.
Who's giving you food stamps? You don't have your child with you. Those food stamps are for your child.
Yes, ma'am. I just recently applied and I got approved for emergency food stamps.
I cannot understand a word
I
you're saying.
applied and I got approved for emergency food stamps.
I know people who really should have food stamps that don't get approved.
Bullshit.
So you know.
Yo, the contempt is real. This bitch said I applied for emergency food stamps and got them. Bitch, how? Bitch, how? Mayo, tell us why your people always get food stamps for free and I can't get them and I worked hard.
Because they know the system, sir.
That's a fact. They do know. That's a fact. They do know the system.
And nothing is in their name. They own nothing.
So what you gotta do is own nothing.
Own nothing, have no bank account, and you can get food stamps.
Oh my god, this is crazy, bro. This is insane. Get rid of all food stamps. Man, J-Dub, we in the same boat, man.
Facts.
Get rid of them shit.
I think we ought to do food stamps like we do WIC. I think you should get one whole chicken per person, per household.
Just like said, one whole chicken. What?
Yep. And you cook
What
that thing and you
whole
eat it all damn week.
This nigga said one whole chicken. God damn, that's you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I
That's
think
$5
the
compared to
only way
hundreds of
she'll
dollars
be
in
able
food
to me,
stamps.
if the only way you'll be able to get food stamps is if you had a job. Because it's supposed to it's just something to help you out, not to supplement everything you got. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, it's supposed to be supplemental. It's not supposed to be foundational.
Yes, and that's the problem. The way they're running it right now, it's
Well,
the whole damn thing. It's not even
yeah,
supplemental. It's just the foundation, the add-on. It's just
no.
this is
Well,
annoying. This bitch on meth and she over here still getting food stamps.
well, the fact that they can buy shit like birthday cakes and energy drinks
Mm-hmm.
if it has a nutritional label on food stamps.
Oh yeah.
There's a store in Philadelphia that they busted. Because the deal is you can buy gift baskets with food stamps if more than 50% of the value.
Mm. You went straight to zero. I can't hear you if you kept talking. Oh, I think we lost Mayo. Oh, they used to gift box for food stamp, government, cheese, and spam. Listen, spam is delicious. We ain't gonna there's be no spam disrespect, mom in the chat. No disrespect of the spam. There you go. There you go. We hear you now.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, they were did you hear what I said about the gift baskets?
They said a gift basket, if more than 50% of the value was gone.
Yeah, okay. The there was a store.
Jesus Christ, you left. What is going on with your mic today, sir? It might be StreamYard. StreamYard's been fucking up. Not only StreamYard, just everything's been fucking up lately. It said the lifers make it hard for the ones that just need a helping hand. That's true. That's true. Mail's gone again. They don't want you to get this out, sir. They don't. They don't want you to get it out. Uh,
No, they do
see.
not.
They don't. The lifers make it hard for the ones that just need a helping hand. You don't think so? Oh my God! I'm gonna kill your microphone. I don't know what's wrong with it. I can't fix it. Is that better? Going once. There you go. Put both of you up there. No, you don't think it makes it hard for them? Jesus
You mean
fucking Christ. Okay, I heard you. I heard something.
okay.
Oh, they went big and offered me and my husband $11 a month. Wow, that's what I'm talking about. I need shit. That $11 back in 1990, boy, went to 7-Eleven. You can damn near buy anything up in that bitch. Shit. All right, let's get back to this fat meth head bitch.
You don't have your child with you. You're using meth. You're probably selling your food stamps for meth. And this is a tampering with a government record. So I don't even know if you obtain your food stamps legitimately. So what did you tell them in order to get food stamps? Because you don't qualify.
Yes, she does.
I think she's
the
probably
woman.
going to end up with another criminal case.
Yes.
Because I don't know of the government giving out food stamps to people who won't work. There's nothing wrong with you. You don't have your child with you. Somebody else is taking care of your child.
I have to look for work. It's like one of the conditions that they gave me in order to get food stamps. So I'm supposed to be going to the workforce.
Well, you're obviously doing a poor job of it, but I tell you what, you're in this court, you're going to have employment I'm not gonna, the length of probation is outside the agreement. So it's gonna be more than 4 years in this court because she has a lot of work that needs to be done to, I don't know why you're giving me the attitude.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm sorry.
Yes, you are. Either that or it's because you're high. I don't know which one it is, but you're giving me attitude, and that attitude will most likely be readjusted by me at the Bexar County Jail. So I don't know if your attorney told you this, but I can send you to the Bexar County Jail as a condition of this probation, and I can also send you to the state jail facility as a condition of this probation for attitude readjustment. Do you want that?
No.
All right, so I'm going to sentence her to 6 years deferred adjudication. You're getting a job, and there are plenty of jobs that are available. You're going to knock your pride aside, and if you're going to be flipping burgers at McDonald's or working on fries, you're going to be the best fry person you can be until you move up. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
How far did you go in school?
9th grade.
9th grade. Why did you drop out?
I
This
have a
bitch said
problem.
9th grade.
What were these problems? You using
Holy.
drugs?
No, not necessarily. Just like things that were going on with my mom's marriage, and
Get the fuck out of here. So she had a bad upbringing that her parents allowed her to drop out of school in the 9th grade. She was doomed from the start. She was doomed from the start.
No different than those kids. Actually, she's probably better off than most of the kids that graduate unable to read.
I would agree.
everything else.
Mhm. And what's that tattoo on your neck?
And it says only the strong survive.
All right. People love to put down sayings on their bodies because they can't remember them. All right, it's going to be a $1,500 fine, probated. Proof of employment.
What's that, bird lady?
And it's going to be proof of full-time employment.
Oh, let me pause that. Bird lady, I've been loving all your shorts. I've never wanted to live on a farm as much as I want to live on your farm with your chickens and shit. Even though I don't want to do the work, glad I get to watch someone else do it and say, this is amazing. Because I love your shorts. I'm not even going to lie. Pretty cool.
Within 15 days, if you have to get 2 part-time jobs, you will get 2 part-time jobs for the court. Full-time employment is at least 40 hours a week. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Has Child Protective Services been in your life?
Yes.
And so were your rights terminated? What happened to your parental rights?
I still have my rights, but I just don't have my daughter. My family just agreed to take care of me until I get, take care of my daughter until I get back on my feet.
Parenting classes, and I want intensive parenting classes. There's to be 150 hours of community service restitution that will not be waived. She has to do those. You're either going to get your GED or either you're going to get some sort of trade certificate. Take in consideration 2023 CR 2907, County Court Cause number 667-964, 685-144, 70047. I'm going to want a referral to felony drug court, TAP evaluation. If she's not accepted in felony drug court, we'll start with intensive outpatient treatment with probation.
She's throwing a whole.
There's to be regular
Look at
reporting
her.
by Zoom or in person. The UA hotline, and she's to be tested once a week. Make sure the levels are going down. If the levels start going up, issue a motion to revoke. And I'm going to want field visits 1 time per week until further notice. Probation, is there anything else she needs? Oh, sorry, 1 time per month. Probation would have got a shock.
That'll be all.
Anything else you need from the court to be successful? We can go off the record. So that tattoo you have about only the strong will survive, that's the mode that your child is being in. And your child should not be in that. Her parents should not be using drugs. Her parents should get her life together, and somebody else should not be raising your child. And you just 100% living off the government, that's not going to happen in this court. You get another job. Do you understand? And if you got those food stamps illegally, you better turn them in because your counsel can tell you what the government does. They wait till your food stamps, when you take those monies from the government and you shouldn't have it, they wait till it becomes a felony. Then they turn it in. Do you understand? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
That's why I love this judge. I love her, boy. She don't be playing with these hoes.
Hey, can we clone her and put her in every court?
I wish, because she be giving these hoes the business.
Yes, she does.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta write down my my Taco Bell order to my wife. Yo,
Man, there's a new place here I want to try.
what up, wrestler?
It's called Sticky Chicken.
I love my chicken, sir. Gloria looks like she went to the courthouse straight from the bar. Probably. I ain't gonna put it past her. Shit. But I'll give you this. She don't play with them. She don't, I mean, especially with the women. I've never seen her be nice to these women that especially have attitude. As soon as you come in with attitude and you lie once, it's a wrap for you. She ain't, oh, I should just feel sorry for you because you're a woman down on her luck when you're smoking meth and you ain't got custody of kids and you say you do. And this, I mean, she gives them the business. And I like it. We need more judges like that. This one should be a funny one right here. Small claim dad crashed his own car, but the city sued the son to pay for. Wait a minute, that don't even make no sense. Maybe it was registered in his name. I don't know. Oh my god, my fucking shit is frozen again. Oh, I'm going backwards, bro. Today is gonna be the day. As soon as I get off the stream.
Gene, I've got somebody.
Hold on. As soon as I get off this fucking stream, I'm fucking downgrading this shit. Come on, close, motherfucker. Takes forever to close. There we go. Black Thoughts, you available, sir?
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing, sir. I was seeing if you're available. Your mic sounds good today.
My mic sounds good every day, sir.
No, it doesn't. Lately you've been having a lot of reverb for some reason. I don't know what it is, but it's like I want YouTube feds messing with the Porsche session. Yes, it is. No, actually, but Bert Lady, to be honest with you, we have come to the conclusion that someone reported my page for hate speech because the simple fact is I got a timestamp with the strike the real strike they gave me. They said it was for hate speech and the timestamp. Every time I've been stricken, right? I have never was never given a timestamp. So I usually have to guess where it was. This time I was given an exact timestamp, and it happened when I said, I hate these ninjas. Well, I hate ninjas is to be exact. But yeah, that's literally why they literally did that. So I'm thinking someone actually probably reported it. But on the same token, you have a lot of YouTube people out here, creators, that have said a whole lot worse than what I just said, right? And nothing ever happens. That's what I told the representative. It's like, it's funny that I don't have a YouTube rep like most of these big ones that clearly have said mass murder more things that I've said in this shit. And this just saying I hate ninjas, that was it. That was the one that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and it was hate speech with a whole panel full of black people. That's insane. But okay, whatever. It is what it is. We moving on. We moving and grooving with what are we on the Uncle Tom show? We're cool. We ain't dead over here. We on the back porch. But we're moving and grooving. Let's continue this new case about a son crashing, about a dad crashing his son's car, his own car, and the city sued his son. So let's get into it.
Logging in as Lucas Bryson. The complaint is against Lucas Brooks. We'll see if we can determine who that is.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Bryson, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Is that your name, Lucas W. Bryson?
My name is Lucas Brooks. My Gmail account is Lucas Bryson.
All right, so you're Lucas Brooks. All right, very
Yes, sir.
good. Well, we might as well get right to it. Here's another Z-Smart person. You're here for small claims cases. Small claims is a separate division of the 3B District Court where you can sue only for $6,500 or less. We don't strictly follow the rules of evidence and procedure in district court. We're much less formal. Everybody is under oath. There's no formal transcript being made, and neither party is allowed to have an attorney. Any ruling here is final. There's no appeal from small claims court. Once we begin, the ruling is final. Either party has the right to remove the matter from the small claims to the general division, but you have to tell me before we start. Mr. Brooks, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Teft?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, will you both please raise your right hand? You both swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
I do.
Ms. Teft, this is a claim for $585.65 plus costs for services provided by the White Pigeon Township Fire Department back in August of 22. Has anything been paid on that?
Not at this time, sir.
Mr. Brooks, what's your position?
Like on what happened?
Yes, well, they have an ordinance in White Pigeon. When the township fire department is called out, they assess a cost. Very often it's paid for by the insurance carrier and we don't see it. But a number of times each year, they sue somebody for that cost. It's $500 for an accident response and $30 processing fee. And I guess maybe some other thing got added into that. What's your position?
Well, me and my father were having an altercation, and it came down to I was following him to see where he was going. It was between him and my mom. Something happened with them. I went to go follow him to see where he was going because he had stormed off and left. Down the road, I had rear-ended him because he had brake checked me and the roads were slick. And after we had hit each other, I thought he was going to like stop and we were going to talk. Well, he ended up taking off and he turned right onto Fawn River Road, I believe it was. Or I don't remember what road it was. It was the road where that telephone pole fell down. He took off and I saw in the distance that he had hit the pole and crashed. So it wasn't me that hit the pole.
Yeah. Uh-oh, you're suing the wrong person,
Ms.
Mrs.
Tapp,
Tripp.
what's your father's name?
My father's name is Austin Brooks.
All right, well, we know each other.
You know my father?
Yes. Didn't you come into sobriety court at the end there?
Sobriety court.
Maybe I'm mixing things up. All right, Gene, what can you tell us?
Well, it appears that the
I don't know.
fire
A crazy
department
white family right
gave
here.
you the paperwork for Lucas Brooks as the person for the accident. I do see where there was an Austin Brooks that was part of the accident, but it shows here that Lucas Brooks got the bill, and he is the owner of the vehicle that was involved in the accident where they went to the accident.
Uh-oh. The dad lied on him.
Well, Lucas, what kind of car were you driving?
I was driving a 2005 Dodge Stratus RT. It was a two-door and it had a
It's a female
gray
car.
driver's side door. It was a different color. And the car that was involved in the telephone crash was a 2009, I believe, Dodge Durango.
Mm.
Who
That's
owns
the
that
one.
car?
That is my dad's car. That is the car that was crashed into the pole. I did not hit the pole.
Yes, I did meet you. You were in counseling with your family, and your dad was in my program, and we talked about you and your brother and your mother. And did anybody get a ticket?
I got a ticket for hitting him before the scene because they didn't know that I was involved in anything that happened before the whole telephone pole thing until I said something about me getting in a rear end accident.
All right, well, the report says fire department reported to an accident at Fawn River Road. There was a passenger car parked in the driveway. A black SUV had crashed into a telephone pole, snapping it off and falling in the roadway. So that wasn't your car. That was
No.
his car.
Yeah.
So I think they sued the wrong person.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm going by what the fire department gave me. I don't know what else to do, I guess.
Well, he was driving, as he said, a
Following too close, yes. I've gotten that ticket plenty of times, actually. Following too close because
It was a little two-door car.
Dodge Stratus, but the vehicle A is the Dodge Stratus, vehicle B is the Dodge Durango, and the owner, it's circled, is Austin Allen Brooks. So it appears they've sued the wrong person. So I find that you're not responsible.
Good judge. Look at the
Fine
judge
for the
figuring shit out.
defendant. Ms. Teft, I guess you can refile it under the name of Austin.
Well, I'll have a talk with the fire department and we'll get this straightened out. And I apologize for the mistake.
Well, okay. Sometimes we don't always have all the facts we need. Fine for defendant. Plaintiff has leave.
Yo, explain this nigga said. Fuck that. That wasn't me. You better talk to my daddy. You ain't safe with this nigga, boy. You better not do no crime, but then he is telling everything.
To sue proper defendant.
Thank you.
I'm not paying shit for their ass. I ain't hit that pole.
Mr. Brooks, how are things going now with your family?
Things are going great around here now.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Your family spent a lot of time doing some heavy lifting. And does your dad still work here in Centerville?
Yeah, we actually all do.
All right. Well, you don't need this. I'm glad nobody got hurt. But this matter is dismissed. Damages are zero. And plaintiff has leave to file a lawsuit against him if she wishes. So you'll get that in the mail. Are you still at the Airline Road address?
Yeah.
It's yes, sir. Yes.
All right, you're good to go.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that judge. That was a good judge, even though I don't like him half the time because he thinks too slow. He figured that out. Black Thoughts, this is what you've been waiting for.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that one was corny. I'm not even sure why you made us watch that.
Listen, I don't know, man. It was on the thing. I told you I haven't watched these. I'm only going off what they say. And I hit, you know what? Let's bring it into today.
Whether or not she has fraudulently altered documents, again, leading to quite a bit of concern on what she would do to access those funds, especially when we anticipate the funds
Oh, it
will
was part of
be
family court, sir. That's why I put it up there.
$150,000
It's
or
part of
more.
family
My
court.
client just wants the funds protected.
I need access to those funds. Ms. Baldwin's accusation that I've documented or falsified financial records just isn't true.
Just blatant dishonesty with the court. She'll tell you what you want to hear the day you want to hear it to get her way.
I need access to those funds, Ms.
First issue we have is
I would say
presentation.
yes, Bird Lady. It is in Georgia.
So we have really two presentations. When we looked at the file, we realized there was one regarding the home sale, and there was a cleanup one that had never been entered from May. So I'll address the home sale one first. There should be an order regarding home sale. Ms. Gibson filed objections. The only thing she's really objecting to is I'm asking for the home proceeds to be placed in my trust account. She wants it to be placed in essentially a bank account with both their names on it. That's just not appropriate. It should be a significant amount of funds. Ms. Gibson's already been found in contempt for financial misconduct in this case. Second, based on material she's previously filed, there are concerns whether or not she has fraudulently altered documents, again, leading to quite a bit of concern on what she would do to access those funds. She doesn't provide any other basis for putting it into a sort of traditional bank account instead of an attorney's trust account for safekeeping. There's just no reason not to protect the funds, especially when we anticipate the funds will be $150,000 or more. My client just wants the funds protected and have them placed in my trust account. So we're asking the court to sign the order as presented.
What do you think about that so far? You only got a lot of information, but from what do you hear, what do you think, Denisa or Denisi, whatever the fuck her name is?
She's trying to steal her mom's money.
That's a fact.
I don't think it's even her mom. Was it her mom? I thought it was.
It's somebody's. I mean, it's her aunt or something.
Oh, okay. All right.
She wants the money, and she wants the money now.
She's a thief, right? That bitch is a thief. That's what.
Yeah, she needs access to these funds. But why?
Yeah.
Are you paying the taxes on the
you
property?
look like she's in a hotel. And who wears an overcoat to a Zoom meeting? This is. Yo.
Yeah, those clothes are not normal for her. They're not even her size.
Yeah, they do look a little too big, a little baggy.
Yeah.
Especially on the arms. You know.
Yeah, she's.
And when were those objections filed? Because I didn't see any objections.
Yeah, I can find it. Looks like she filed July 6th. It's Clerk's Papers 223, if that helps.
Their objection to proposed orders. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I did review that. Miss Gibson, any response there?
Yes, Your Honor. Putting them in a joint account gives equal access to both parties. You had previously ruled, because I'd also asked at that hearing where the court had decided for the home to be sold, that each party be allowed access to some of those funds, particularly because I will need access to some of the funds in order to move. And you said that you would reserve and consider that at the time when the home sells.
I'll be back.
All right,
I need access to those funds. Ms. Baldwin's accusation that I've documented or falsified financial records just isn't true. And it's also really easy to see if there's a joint account, if money's taken out, which person takes it out, where it comes out of. So there's no risk of money being moved without the parties being aware of it.
That's not the
And
issue.
you made that ruling that you would decide or that you would be willing to allocate some of those proceeds.
What did you say?
The her concern about, they shouldn't be concerned about the account because it's a joint account and anybody can see money being moved.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not her money.
Well, yeah, it's because she's getting the money from the father. So this is after a divorce, and they're going to do the sale of the house and all that shit. But first off, bitch, why do you think you need the money to move? You need to get your own money together and move on your own. It's not up to you to take the money out of the so-called joint account that you want to put in there. That's what she want to do. She want to drain that motherfucker so she can use all the.
Exactly.
I needed it to move. Nah, bitch, you tripping. You tripping. Hey, good for him to get a lawyer that actually knows how to make sense out of this shit. Because this shit sounds stupid as hell.
It just makes sense to put them in a joint account. It can accrue interest during that time.
The interest is not
Both
accruing that
parties
much.
can
Stop
see
it.
where the money
No, that's
is.
a joke.
So that I can just know that if the court does make a ruling that I am allowed access to those funds, that I can get immediate access to those, that I'm not trying to have to work through Miss Baldwin's office, which whatever delay that may or may not incur, that I have funds available should the court allocate those to each party.
Get a job,
So
bitch.
that's my only concern. And I guess just a clarification point. I don't know if it needed to be in the presentation order. That when the realtor comes out, if there are any costs to any sort of, not upgrades, but any sort of costs incurring to getting the home ready to sell, that those be split equally among the parties, that I shouldn't be solely responsible for those, as petitioner is still on the mortgages for the house, and they are the party that wanted the home sold and not myself.
Okay. Let me start and then I'll turn to you, Ms. Baldwin. So I guess as to the trust account, there are very, 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 very strict guidelines on attorneys' trust accounts. And frankly, the historical posture of this case, I think the trust account is the appropriate place for the funds. If there is an allocation of funds, which I did reserve and said I would be willing to consider to allocate funds, there should not be a significant delay because it's in a trust account versus a joint account. There was, I believe, a contempt that was found previously for on a respondent for essentially doing the thing that you're claiming you're worried about happening to you. So I am not swayed by that argument. So I think the trust account is appropriate. As to any, and I appreciate Ms. Gibson raising this issue because I don't know if that was brought up. So if there is, something that needs to be done to the house in order to approve it for sale, I don't know that we address that. So Ms. Baldwin, whenever you're ready.
So on that issue, that really hasn't been raised in any declarations previously or any motions previously. Generally, because we do have a selected real estate agent, that agent will go through the home, make recommendations on what's possible, what's feasible, what's financially prudent. And then usually the parties work that out. So it's to both of their benefits to maximize the sale price. I'm not saying my client won't contribute, but the contempt that we have coming up next indicates my client doesn't have a lot of funds to do that with. And so I just don't think the court should address it. I have Ms. Ebald's information. She readily communicates with me if there's some kind of repair or sort of curbside improvement, beautification. We can certainly talk about that. I just don't think it's properly before the court. So again, both parties are motivated to deal with improvements. Usually then the way we handle that is after the fact. Everybody provides receipts and that gets paid off the top. So I don't have any objections to those sorts of things. But again, those all need to be agreed on, things that Mrs. Ebald recommends. And so I don't think the court should address it today. I just don't think that I don't think it's necessary. It's not properly before the court. It's something that I haven't historically had a problem handling when both parties are motivated to maximize the sale price.
So at this point, it sounds like there's a commitment to trying to work things out. If there are any bills or anything that, if there's a water heater on its last legs that needs to be replaced, whatever it is that's suggested, or if something comes back from a home inspection, that, you know, I think that can all be negotiated either outside of the court's purview or in front of the court if it comes to that. But my hope would be that the parties would be able to work together on those issues. So I am gonna sign the order regarding home sale as it's presented. Then I have the order on hearing from May 30th. Ms. Baldwin?
Yes, we did provide that. I'll note we didn't provide a full week's notice on that. If Ms. Gibson is requesting additional time, that's fine. I think this was intended to be presented at a prior hearing, but we had some intervening surprise things happen. And so this sort of fell by the wayside. So I haven't received any objections to date, but she's had less than the full week.
Ms. Gibson, do you want to, are you prepared to deal with this today, or would you like more time to review the proposed order for on hearing from May 30th?
I would appreciate some more time. I was confused when I received it, what it was regarding or what it was about. So I am not sure how to address it because I didn't know what it was in reference to.
Okay. Do you, is 2 weeks enough time for everyone?
That's fine.
Does that work for you,
Okay.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll, I'll set over the order on hearing for May 30th to 8/1/23 at 1 p.m. And I made a note, Ms. Baldwin, on your original order, in hopes the clerks will hang on to it for that 2-week period. Okay, and is there another issue that we need to address?
Yes, we're also before the court on contempt.
If I may, before you begin, Ms. Baldwin.
Go ahead.
For the court. So I have been in the process for a while now of trying to obtain counsel. I had a scheduled consultation appointment with counsel that got unexpectedly rescheduled due to an illness. I had hoped to have representation for this hearing. I am set to meet with counsel later this week. So I would request, since we just set a matter over for 2 weeks, to set this over, because I was prepared to have representation for this hearing today that, as I said, got rescheduled due to an unexpected illness. It's been very difficult, as I'm sure counsel and the courts are aware of, trying to get consultations with attorneys in family law matters.
I can't disagree with that. I'm sure appointments are difficult to come by. Ms. Baldwin, any objection to setting the contempt to 8/1?
Certainly do. Here's why. The contempt was originally scheduled for last week. Everyone understood that we were going to have that heard last week. That's why we put, the court will recall there was a restraining order. We put the restraining order on the same date because as the contempt filing, because that was already sitting last week before the court. And I said, I didn't care what judicial officer heard it. And Ms. Gibson said, I want to hear it as soon as possible. So last week we come before the court, Ms. Gibson, then despite having filed a response, basically says, well, I don't want it heard, makes no mention of finding counsel, kicks it over to this week at her request for continuance. Here we are yet again. Again, she's filed her response. Nothing has really changed. Counsel may come in or may not come in. We don't know. But the reality is we're in a position where we've already had, this is the second hearing where we've come before the court on the contempt. Everything's filed. I think it's appropriate that my client receive relief. The children at this point are suffering very real consequences. And the idea that we put it out is not reasonable. My client, because of how we time these things, my client's already waited a month to have this heard. The idea that it takes 6 weeks to get a pretty straightforward contempt heard isn't reasonable. So we ask that we go forward today.
All right, and I do see, so Miss Gibson, you did respond. And the last hearing I was at, I do note Miss Baldwin's correct that there was a request for this to be heard as quickly as possible. So that was set on to the 11th, and then it was continued to today, the 18th. So given that this was filed, looks like the 12th of the 9th of June, and we're at the 18th of July, and this is the third date that we've had since this has been filed. We'll handle this today. All right, so Ms. Baldwin, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a very clear-cut matter of contempt. This is for failure to pay daycare fees as apportioned by the order of child support. That is a child support obligation. When the court looks back at the record, you'll find that the court largely adopted Ms. Gibson's proposed statements about her income level and her proposed proportional share of the children's expenses. At that time, and throughout the case, essentially until this contempt was filed, Ms. Gibson repeatedly told the court that she could afford to pay all of her obligations so that she could avoid having the house ordered to be sold.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that this female is on child support? Oh! Holy shit. Mayo, they put a white woman on child support. That's crazy.
I wonder where she's getting the money to stay in that hotel she's staying in.
I don't even think that was the same woman because their mouth wasn't moving when they was talking. But they put this beautiful white woman on child support because she don't want to take care of children. Oh my God. He a good stay-at-home father. Yo, that's why he a broke nigga. He ain't have funds to fix up the house. He ain't had no funds for that. Ooh wee, that boy is staying at home. Yeah, stay at home dad. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead with your stuff.
No, he's not staying at home.
Hey, you don't know that.
Yes, I do, sir.
Sir,
he would stay. If he would stay at home, there wouldn't be childcare costs, sir.
Listen, yes, what? What are you talking about? That happens all the time with these women. They still send a child to daycare and they don't have a job. It happens all the time. It's crazy. But
yeah, it doesn't
it
happen
happens.
to men, sir. It doesn't happen to men.
Huh?
It doesn't happen to men like that.
It don't happen for men like that, no. Yeah. But for women, oh yes, they can be stay-at-home mothers and still send them kids to goddamn daycare. And that always baffles me how they get away with that shit.
Because they need a break, sir. They have a hard job.
I'm sorry. You're right. My bad. Why would I think of anything different? But this good stay-at-home father is taking care of them kids, and he needed a break, so she needed to pay that. She needed to pay that goddamn daycare fees. Shit. Me, get your ass out there and work, pretty white woman, wherever you are. Can't see you. But yeah, crazy.
All her money's going to meth, sir.
What'd you say?
All her money's going to meth, sir.
You don't know that.
She has a meth dealer to support.
Hey, I was wondering. She could need all. I wonder why she don't have. My thing is, why don't she have custody of the kids? That's weird. You know what's fucked up? That as a man, you think of it like that. You gotta think of it like, why did they not give custody to her and they gave custody to him? That means you was absolutely doing something wrong.
Yes, probably the meth, sir.
Probably. Or did you go with your mother? Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe the math.
her obligations. She could meet those obligations and refinance the house in order to be able to avoid it being sold. So she said that she could refinance and increase what she was paying. This is what she told the court she was able to do. Now she comes before the court and says, oh, I can't pay it all. Let me make $50 a month payments, even though the obligation is somewhere in the hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Let me just pay $50 and not pay anything more. So which is it? You can't have it both ways in essentially a 6-month period of time. Either you can make all your obligations or you can't. And the reality is that Miss Gibson will tell you whatever she thinks is going to get her what she wants on that day. I think it is notable that Miss Gibson previously had a second job. She quit that job. That's a job that is not considered in her current income as set for the purposes of child support. So the court did not assess her to have that, but she did have that historically.
She a balling bitch over
undisputed.
here.
There's a court order for her to pay, that my client timely sent her the billings, and that she, for the vast majority of it, has not paid. Her claims that there are, I've made $50 good faith payments, that is not good faith. That is a, please don't send me to jail, but it is absolutely, I'll pay what I want. So I'll just keep paying $50 so that you don't throw me in jail. She's not providing her bank statements. She's not saying, here's all the expenses I've cut out. Gee, I've cut my cable, my phone down to the bare minimum. I've cut this expense and that. There's none of that. It's sort of just, gee, I can't pay. I'm just going to throw my hands up and to say that that's an excuse. Again, notable from she only started making these payments, I believe, in March or April. Children have been in daycare since January. And again, she's just making essentially a $50 payment toward what amounts to a $1,000 bill. That is not good faith. When you look at her income, again, just blatant dishonesty with the court. She'll tell you what you want to hear the day you want to hear it to get her way. You look at back in December of 2022, she claimed, and we put it right in the reply, that her net income was $3,189. This is her statement. We are now 7-8 months down the road. If anything, she's gotten a raise, but now she claims that her net income is $700 less a month. Well, that $700, there's just no evidence that supports a reduction of $700 a month in her income. No basis for that reduction. And if she had been applying that $700 a month toward the—
What did you say?
I said it's a recession and she's probably a stripper.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
If she's stripping, she's still making more money than this stay-at-home father, okay?
Yes, sir.
I
I
need you-
agree.
Okay.
I agree.
This stay-at-home father needs a break. Bitch need to pay this money.
But when them teeth fall out because of the meth, they don't get as many tips.
We're not going to reduce her just to her teeth, okay, sir? We're not. Because as long as she has a body, she can always keep her mouth closed. She doesn't have to smile to strip, sir.
She has that right, but she does not have that ability, sir.
Amazing.
children's daycare expenses, we wouldn't be in this position. That would be good faith to say, oh, this is every bit of extra I have. So again, even within the course of 6 months, she's just talking out of both sides of her mouth. These claims that, oh, gee, I self-helped for offsets, those are really throwaway arguments. First, latches in the sense it was never raised until my client said, hey, you owe this child support obligation. Never once raised in the more than year she says that obligation existed until my client asked for payment. So if it was a real obligation, she should have been asking for it from the minute the order was made. Two, if you're using basic law school contract principles, the order is construed against the drafter as to any ambiguity. This was drafted by her counsel at that time. And two, and three, you can't self-help. This idea that, oh, well, I'll just offset these things is not appropriate. But we do have two prior contempts in this case, one regarding finances, one regarding the parenting plan. This would be the third. There are very real consequences to the children of this action. The children have now been removed from daycare due to non-payment. That is a very real negative consequence that the children of this action now have to deal with, and that my client has to deal with, because he can't afford to manage everything on his own financially. The child support is a right of the children, and Mrs. is just saying, I'll do what I want. I'll pay what I want. Sort of shrugging her shoulders at the consequences. And that is not appropriate. This is somewhat a disaster at this point because it takes so long to have these matters heard. It's really a disaster of Ms. Gibson's making. She's done something that has financially harmed everyone and is actively harming the children. Daycare spaces can be precious, and getting them back is a question mark on whether or not, even if she pays now, there may be now a waiting list where my client has to choose more expensive options because that's all that there is. Given this, the order only calculates arrears through June. That's fine. Arrears through June for the daycare obligation is $4,490, $318 of interest. I am asking for a substantial amount of fees of $3,500. That considers the set over from last week. That considers today, all the efforts to get her to pay. But it also considers the fact that when we dealt with the motions, the court had reserved previously sort of fees on the motions regarding the house. And again, when you're being blatantly dishonest before the court and saying, I can meet all my obligations and afford a refi increase, but that delayed the sale of the house, which would have provided funds for my client and would have freed up money because Mrs. could choose cheaper housing. She's really, again, created a financial disaster for these parties by being dishonest with the court about her finances. I'm asking for a civil sanction of $1,000. Again, when you have somebody just blatantly lying to you in a pleading where I can put captures of look at this and look at this, and these are the dates that she did it, and told the court one thing and then told the court something that's significantly different, that's sanctionable. It just is. And finally, cost of $750, cost of $75. Finally, because the court has ordered the home to be sold, what I am asking the court to do is authorize that my client will be made whole any judgments that have been entered to date in his favor against Mrs. That will allow him to catch up all the daycare payments. And then, and those would be then establishes against her community portion whenever that is later decided. I think that is relief that's necessary and appropriate. Again, my client needs these children to be in daycare. He needs to work. He works full time to support the children. So we need to be in a position where we're
he's a stay-at-home dad. He doesn't have that's his true job.
Those proceeds, if and when they become available. So again, really a problem of Ms. Gibson's making, and frankly, the old adage, "What a tangled web we weave," that is the position she is in. And so at some point we have to deal with that. And I think that's today.
So what do you think?
All right.
What do you think, Mayo? $1,400 per child, mama? Oh my God, that's crazy. Ain't no way. Listen, that's why you keep her at home. What's up, John the Baptiste? He must be eating. No, Mayo. She owes
Stripper
over.
meth mom
She owes a lot of money.
Yeah, stripper meth mom needs to pay. And she was going to pay that child care out of that joint account for the house.
No. She was using that to get a house, sir. She needed to get a home. Right now, she's living out of her car, per se. I just want to say, you can't judge this woman, sir. It's not right.
Yes, I can, sir. If I choose to.
She got mush mouth. Yo, that's what we call them teeth. Do you know those teeth that are all brown and shit, decayed and shit? That mush mouth. She been on that meth for a long time. Woo. Nasty.
Wearing somebody
That's
else's
your kind of woman, ain't it, Mayo?
Yes, sir.
That's your kind of woman, Mayo.
Yes, sir.
Listen, this woman's something else. What is it? Man, she owe him about what, 8,000-9,000? She only paying $50 in child support when she's ordered more. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Hey,
when she's
she's
ordered
doing
like
what she got to do to stay out of jail.
Yep.
As long as she's paying $50 a month, that's all it takes. But giving us good fathers a bad look. How much is daycare in here? I don't know how much daycare it is here.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gibson, your response?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today for something that I feel shouldn't even necessarily be in front of the court today. Ms. Baldwin is correct that I've been making weekly payments to petitioner. If you look at my financial declaration, that extra $700 is for child support that is coming out of my check now, since petitioner has had the children. And at this point, I thought that things would have been different.
Get a second
with all
job.
the extra things going on with the children. I thought that I would be able to refinance the house and do those things under the assumption that what I was, told by the courts, this step needs to happen, this step needs to happen, this step needs to happen for the kids, that I would get the children back and potentially be getting child support payments again. And that's clearly not happening at this stage. So as I showed in my financial declaration, I'm making payments to him in good faith because I'm already in the negative for all of my bills. I'm having to pay all the house payments. I have greatly reduced all of my bills as much as I can. I need a phone bill. That is this.
Sure. What'd you say, sir?
Welcome to manhood.
Oh man, it's bittersweet, isn't it? That's it, bittersweet.
It pays to be Charles in charge.
Yo, listen. She said, I have greatly reduced my bills. Of course you got to. Duh. You can't get what you want out in these streets. What did you think this was? You think shit is sweet? That's why we say it's cheaper to keep her. Yo.
You want equality, you got equality. Now pay this child support or go to jail.
Pay that. No, she's doing exactly what she's supposed to. She's only paying that $50. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But
if I pay $50, I'd be in jail though.
No. Because you're making an effort.
Okay.
They'll continue to let you be in the rears, but as long as you're paying $50 a month, you're not gonna go to jail because you're making an effort. So that's what they say. But
that bill keep adding on and interest too.
Oh yeah. They'll wait till you're probably $500,000 in debt for child support before they'll stop it if you're just paying $50 or whatever it is. Whatever it is what it is. Most moms I know stay at home moms. Moms babysit my brother's children. I think the baby, her baby, her baby bill was $75 per week, plus pays her life and car insurance each month. He baby her $75 per. Okay, all right. Listen, cheaper to keep her. Fuck all that extra shit. We gonna make this shit work.
Go back to where you belong.
Yo, we gonna make this shit work.
Back home.
I'm sorry, baby. Please take me back, baby. Please. I ain't never do it again. Because all you see is every time you say baby, that shit shing, shing.
She complained about to reduce her bills because it's too hard out here.
Oh, what it means she can't do what she want to do out in these streets. You gotta be an adult man, not an adult woman. You gotta be an adult man when you gotta pay child support too. Ooh wee.
Yes, we don't need your excuses. We want to see results.
We want that money. Greenbacks all day. Child support, motherfucking daycare, motherfucking health and life insurance, all that shit. Because don't forget activity fee. Throw in the activity fee for the children. I don't care if they two. They need an activity.
But Your
Bruh.
Honor, I don't work every time. I don't work overtime every week. But you did consistent, so we're gonna charge you for that too.
Yeah. That's what they
You
be
did for
doing
6
to
weeks
men.
straight, so we're gonna charge you. We're gonna
Hey,
charge you
remember
for
that video
overtime.
we seen that? He's like, well, I got it.
Yeah.
It doesn't show in there, but we all I used to work in the field, so I know how a little bit about that 20/40 life, or what do you say, 36/40 life. Oh yeah, get the fuck out of here. That shit is insane the way they do men. You just go ahead and take
Or
your
that
loss.
one-
You're a grown ass man now.
Or that one judge to say, I feel like you could do more.
Yeah. Tell that man he need to go back and use his goddamn degree that he got. Maybe he don't want to go back and use it. That's literally slavery right there. That's okay. It's okay to slave a man out, but these women out here, I can only pay $50 a month. I can't do it. Get the absolute fuck out of here. And if anyone don't think that child support is slavery, is insane. When you can force another man to go find another job just to make sure he pays the bills, and if he gets another job, his monthly bill to the kids is going to go up as well, just because he got another job, because that's going to be calculated into, oh, now that you got another job and you make a little bit more money, we're gonna tax some more money on you, because you know what, that 34 cents that these kids are not getting is not good enough. Crazy. But we're gonna get this 73.
That second job got to be under the table though. It can't be nothing legit.
Not let them tell it. But,
Can't let the court know what you're doing. Can't let the court know what you're doing.
My ex-son-in-law is behind by 80 grand. He pays nothing. They do nothing. Liberal states, blah. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh yeah.
She quit working to keep his kids. They got 3 cooked meals a day. I'm like a dang mom. You made us eat cereal and noodles, but you are cooking every breakfast, lunch, and dinner for your grandkids. Yeah. It be like that sometimes. That's why I don't have no kids. Women have the kids. I just go to work. We're gonna make it work. I ain't letting you go. Listen, I'll take you out in the woods. We're gonna move out in the woods. Make sure they put the tin foil around the house. Can't no one see in, can't no one see out. We gonna stay together. You ain't even know what the state is. You don't even know what state you in. You can't get no mail. You can't get nothing.
Throw the compass away.
Well, blindfolded. Oh, you need food? No, I got you. I'll bring it home. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I can't never see the sun. You don't need to see the sun. Forget the sun.
What you need from the market, huh? You let me know, goddamn it. Listen, you don't even know. You don't need to know what state we're in. Maybe no, you don't even need to see your mom. Your mom need to see you. That's what you're talking about.
Can I get a new pair of shoes? You don't need no shoes.
Listen, barefoot pregnant in the house. You don't need no shoes. Get some flip-flops. You need some flip-flops? I'll bring you some flip-flops home. It don't even get cold here. We got burning stove over here. A wood stove over here. Put some wood in there. Boy.
Not even central heat.
No, you ain't getting
just a wood burning stove with a well water.
You can't be on the grid, sir. You got to be off the grid.
You can't. Electricity is a luxury, sir.
Yeah.
You don't deserve it.
What? You can't have nothing.
Horseback and wagon.
You better figure it out. It's not by your ox, motherfucker. This shit, motherfucker, pull everything you need to. Don't play with me.
Horse go too fast. Get you a donkey.
Yeah, donkey, ox, one of them. The ox will last long. Plus, once it gets, you can eat a little bit of it. It might be a little rough after you had it for 20 years, but it's food is food.
And you can offer yourself out to plow fields when you're off work.
That's a fact. You know what I'm
Make
saying?
some extra money with an ox. So.
Mm-hmm.
No. You don't want something that can last a long time though, because she might want to ride off with it.
No. Well, no. We got electric fences. What are you talking about?
Oh.
We're gonna use the creek for running electricity. That's how we get it. We get the creek running water. I seen it work on YouTube. You get a couple of lights. Everything else, you don't get nothing else. No big house. Put your eyeballs back in your face, there, woman. I see you in the chat.
This conversation sounds illegal.
What do you mean illegal? What do you mean illegal? I already told her once this last one grow up and go to college. Oh, I'm hiding her from them. Listen, only way you can communicate with them is through phone and text message. That's it. That's it. They ain't gonna know where we at. We gone. You are being hidden.
Small
All right, hold on. Let's get this going.
phone bill that I could get. I cut all of my cable. I just have basic internet. I don't spend excess money on groceries. I don't spend money on myself.
So, welcome to manhood.
I can't afford to make these full payments at this point to petitioner and also keep a roof over my head or make my car payment so I can go to work. So I'm not quite sure what Miss Baldwin or the court expects me to do. I can't do all of it.
Those sound like excuses.
And then
Get another
to talk
job.
to the point of Miss Baldwin.
Well, and she also will turn in her bank statement.
Point that I started making $50 payments to petitioner back in March. That was after months of trying to get this offset for petitioner still not paying his court-ordered obligation on the house, which is his half of the homeowner's insurance and his half of the property taxes. It's been addressed in multiple pleadings, so I didn't touch base on it too much in this response declaration. But back in November of 2021, Judge Scudder approved that initial separation of expenses. Then in March of 22, Ms. Baldwin and my attorney at the time, Ms. Winkles, had a whole hearing about it in front of Judge Scudder, who ruled that he wasn't changing any of those obligations. And payments still weren't made. It was advised to me when I had counsel that I could just, since I was able to afford.
Is way beyond the declarations and citing lots of hearsay. I've kind of let it go for a while. But at some point she needs to hold herself to her declaration.
You tell her, Miss Chelsea Baldwin.
All right. So yeah, let's refocus onto this contempt. Ms. Gibson, I know in your responsive declaration, you alluded to a contempt you were filing. I don't know that you did file that contempt, so that's a little bit beyond what we're dealing with today.
Okay, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm having difficulty trying to figure that out since I don't have counsel. I guess what I would say is I've been making these good faith payments.
I don't understand why she keeps wanting to continuously bring that up like it's someone else's fault that she doesn't have counsel. That shit happens to men all the time. Look at Bird Lady. Look at John the Baptist. Hold on, I got it. 1 second. All right, so Bird Lady says this poor woman, they're being so unfair to her. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. She said, I can't afford a lawyer. I don't have any counsel. What's your point? That's how most men get fucked in the long run, because they don't never have counsel. That's why. But no one feels sorry for them for not having counsel. Am I right or wrong?
Nope, that's on them.
Hey, you better be a man. Strap your boot. What do they say? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, woman. Get a second job. You know, the one you hate.
Big girl panties.
Where they said, how dare they ask her to be responsible adult? They are just cruel. That's a fact.
How dare they?
Even though I don't have the money to make those payments. Petitioner lives at home with his parents.
So he's smart. He's staying at home with his parents. He went home. Well, you don't need a cell phone, or you can just get a regular old flip phone that's probably like $10 to $15 a month. It's not expensive. You don't need internet. You know what? Use your phone, or guess what? Use the library, because they tell you to do that, or use the one at work. One or two. You don't need it at home. You don't need cable. That's a luxury item. Cut that shit off. You can use candles if you can go without electricity. Just use some candles. Only cook when you're outside the house. Get a little burning gas grill. put your stuff on a bar. But there's a lot of ways of doing this. There's a lot of ways of spending less money and being able to afford your obligations. You just gotta buckle down and
Sell your house and live in a shoebox.
you know, just I'm telling you, just buckle down and just be a man. What up, Nida? She gonna have to sell something. She better go. Hey, oh, don't forget, you can go donate plasma and blood. What? Let's go. Donate that plasma, bitch.
Oh yeah. And
Yo,
there's probably
that
medical
real
experimentation.
real
in your
crackhead
community.
status right there. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah.
To my knowledge, he doesn't pay rent. He doesn't pay the mortgage. He works full time. He makes twice what I make. His mom is retired and stays at home and watches the children.
How much he makes that
Even
nothing to do with you
before
paying
we
child support.
established them in daycare, which is a daycare that he put them in that I wasn't notified about until months later. In our parenting plan, we still have joint decision making, and I'm not being made aware of where my children are seeing doctors, where they're going to daycare, any of this. So I would just ask the court not to find me.
Mama says she can. Oh, I thought it said she can sell her cooch. She can make hooch and sell it. She can do a lot of things. There's nothing you can do with it, man. Yo, listen, there's a lot of stuff she can do. She just need to buckle down and get serious about.
Man up about life.
Yeah.
Either put those big girl panties on, or peel those little girl panties off.
One or two, you better go prostitute. Hey, why don't you go live with your mom like he's doing? He's living with his mom and dad, like you just said. Why can't you do the same? This is crazy.
Yep.
Contempt. I'm doing the best that I can with the money that I have.
Your best ain't good enough.
It's either I pay the mortgage or I pay childcare. And I
You better do both,
I don't
bitch.
know what council or the court want me to do. As you can see in my financial declaration, there just isn't. I don't have the funds to pay that full obligation. I'm doing what I can. I've tried to get the other outstanding issue resolved, which the court has acknowledged at least twice, that petitioner is still not paying, which is now leading me to have to try and file a contempt motion for something that the court's verbally ruled on, which to me just seems like a waste of the court's time, but he's not meeting obligations on his end either. I'm doing the best that I can with the money that I can provide without making myself destitute and making myself not be able to make all of these other payments that I need to make each month in order to survive.
You can buy a Sprinter car and live in a car.
I hope that the court can see that.
A Sprinter van, sorry.
And I want to provide for my children. I'm just doing the best that I can right now.
What does she do for a living?
Right.
She
Thank
do
you, Ms.
OnlyFans.
Gibson. Ms. Baldwin, anything else?
She better do OnlyFans. Hell yeah.
Just briefly, paternal grandparents have been gracious in their efforts, but they are not obligated to be full-time daycare providers for free for Ms. Gibson because she doesn't want to pay.
Tell them, white
attempt
girl.
to sort of muddy the water of, gee, all these terrible things have happened. A, we dispute those, and B, they're not relevant to today. But the reality is we have somebody who isn't providing you with bank statements, isn't providing you in advance of sort of hearing my argument of the things that she's cut out of spending. And again, we have a court order on what her obligations are, and she's getting the bills and just shrugging her shoulders. It's not appropriate. These children are facing a real consequence, or at this point have faced that consequence, or in the middle of that consequence for her non-payment. Payment should be made. We're asking for the arrears and these fees and sanctions as I've ordered. And then finally for the judgments to be apportioned out of Ms. Gibson's any award that she has, but paid immediately from the sale proceeds of the house, so that hopefully the children can return to daycare shortly.
What does she do for a living?
Never said. She had a second job, but she decided
I'm
to quit
looking
it.
at the temporary order of child support that was entered in December of 2022 by Judge Scudder. And it does appear the Judge Scudder deviated downwards from the state, essentially the calculation, the standard calculation for child support. Not only just in the standard calculation, but then took off another $250. I'm assuming there's a reason for that, but there's a
That's
transfer
bullshit.
of
What? That's crazy. They took off $250. Why? Oh my God, that's crazy. Throw the book at this bitch.
She
I'm
did what? I
feeling
didn't hear.
sorry for these hoes. What you say?
What did she do? I didn't hear. What did she do?
So
What did the judge
for
do?
for the standard calculation of child support, it took off $250. So she actually would make more than what she would actually be paying $250 more, but they took it off just to give her some grace. Whatever. Cool. Make her pay.
Don't do that for men.
$52 a month for child support.
But
And
did
then a
she-
60/40
But they said she didn't
allocation for
provide any pay
uninsured
statements.
medical
No pay statements though.
reason for
Yeah,
that,
she
but there's
didn't.
a transfer.
So why would you
of
give her a discount if she didn't provide any
$552 a month
statements?
for child support.
I don't know.
And then a 60/40 allocation for uninsured medical costs, work-related daycare, preschool, and the like. So 60 to Mr., 40 to Mrs. It's that order is cut and dry. I understand Ms. Gibson has concerns with the previous order of the court and the mortgage, the home insurance and
the mortgage. You're right. The mortgage.
it's escaping me now, but I understand her issue.
How you doing?
They're only
Miss
due
Claudia?
once a year.
The concerns with that's not before the court
Yeah.
today.
The insurance is paid once a year.
I also very much sympathize with Ms. Gibson's position. If everything, assuming everything she is saying is accurate, that it is a difficult situation to be in when you feel you don't have the finances to cover one versus the other. So frankly, I think it was appropriate to make the decision to sell the home because I don't know how Ms. Gibson, given the situation she's claiming to be in monetarily, how that would have ever worked. And two,
Come on.
this is a pretty straightforward child support order. And it appears as though while there's attempts, there's also
That's true, Bird Lady.
a failure to be able to provide those. And unlike a lot of cases, it does appear that this has already negatively impacted the children in this case with their removal from any daycare programs because there's just no money to pay for that. And the lack of payment from the respondent.
She's a piss poor
I'm
man.
not unsympathetic. I do think
She's a poor
based
man.
on, again, the historical posture of this case, I am going to make a finding of contempt. I will,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have. Did you present an order on the
You're a
contempt?
strong, independent
I
women.
did. Let me see if I can see when it was filed. Filed July 11th.
Hold on.
You
what?
don't have.
Mama said, I don't think the judge likes the militant lawyer. Yes, she does. She doesn't have to like her. She just needs to follow the goddamn law. That's it. You ain't gotta like none of these lawyers. Listen, after this case is over, they're gonna get a chai tea latte together. I don't care. Follow the law.
What Denzel say? What law says I got to like you?
It's a fact. You just follow the law, Mr. Judge Woman.
A hard copy there. We can deal with presentation if you'd like when we come back in 2 weeks.
Okay. I don't have that. I am not, and what I'm, the back costs, the interest, standard costs. So the $46.90, the $319 interest, $70 in costs, I'll adopt all of that. At the civil sanction, I'm going to reduce to $500, and the fees I'm going to reduce to $1,500.
Jesus. Not producing
all
shit.
of that. I don't expect Miss Gibson to be able to pay that money. I want her to stay
Get the
as
bank
up to date with
statements.
the support order that sounds like it's being garnished, and make as many payments as possible. But ideally, if the house can get sold, I think it's appropriate for those to be just subtracted from her side of any award for the return on the house. So we'll set presentation to the 1st. And then I don't know if Miss Gibson is planning on filing a contempt, if she gets, or how quickly that turnaround time can be. I think we all know, based on some of her declarations, what she intends to file the contempt based on. But with her meeting with counsel later this week, we may not be able to address that. And obviously the court, what I don't want is a lot of transfer payments back and forth. So we'll can look at any offsets if and when there's a potential new contempt filed by either side and the ruling of the court. So we'll enter that order, and I don't see it. I had 2 orders in my stack related to Gibson. One was the house sale and one was the May 30th order. So we will do presentation on the 1st along with the other.
Who is this bitch? This bitch keep popping up.
So only request is at this point, because the children exited daycare, it is a set sum that she owes. We'd ask that we just be able to update that full amount of what she owes through the day the children exited care.
That's appropriate. So if those numbers are different on the 1st, we'll enter the final number on that date.
Very good. And I believe we've already filed a copy of the daycare billing. I'll just make sure that whatever billing is in the record goes through the date that they were last in care.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you. Good luck. We'll see you on the 1st.
She's able to work a full-time job. She chooses not to work a full-time job. And then the babysitter is her sister. That's her roommate. She guys share the same bills.
I don't work 35 hours. The state imputes me at that for exactly what he's saying. That they don't see childcare as a reason to.
I like when they were arguing.
Makes it more entertaining. Drama.
Do you want to watch this? I don't like that judge's goddamn. I don't like her. I don't like her. She just reads fucking slow, and she's in your state there, Mayo.
Well, things out here in Kansas are a little slow, sir.
Jesus Christ. Just slow.
And she straight up looks like a man.
What is this one? This was in Detroit. Yeah, Detroit detention. Let's look at this one. Let's go with Detroit. Detroit ain't never failed us. And it's about a bank robbery arraignment.
Mayo, you can't.
Sir, please say your full name.
Identify her like that.
Well, yes, I can, sir. It's Kansas. I have free speech.
You cannot gender identify anybody. That's wrong.
Oh. All right.
She might be a man.
James Lewis Moore, sir. Mr. Moore, this is Magistrate Judge Hale. You're here on a criminal matter. Case number is 230-586-2001, sir. You have an attorney. Go ahead, counsel.
Rod Moran, PA 3665, on behalf of Mr. James Moore. We waive formal reading. Mr. Moore stands.
Ricky Moore. James Moore is inside cell. Ricky Moore.
Damn. Already.
Also known as Reggie Moore.
No. My apologies.
Ricky Moore.
Reggie Moore. Got it.
Reggie Moore, sir.
My name is Ricky Moore. Ricky Moore. I want to be called Ricky Moore.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moore, thank you. Thank you for speaking up. This is Magistrate Judge Hale. Mr. Ricky Moore. I also have you, Mr. Moore. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have you also as Reggie Moore.
Well, what we have on record when someone comes visit me, what name would that be under, if I may ask?
Okay. You're here under Reggie Moore, also known as Ricky Moore. Reggie.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Ricky Delmore also.
Yes, but I'm here as Ricky Moore, alias as Reggie Moore and Ricky Delmore. Could a copy?
Okay, yes.
Ricky Moore. They have it on record when somebody comes and visit me, call Ricky Moore, please, so they won't get confused.
Well, Mr. Moore, I have
John
those
the
various
Baptist, get your
names
brother.
for you.
It has
Case
nothing
number
to
is
do with your
different.
visitors.
I'm gonna
sir.
give you the case number, 230-586-2101.
This gonna be a wild case.
Would you? You think he's a sovereign citizen?
I would not doubt it. Sir. I think he is a Moorish sovereign.
Oh, probably because he's got a lot of aliases already.
Yes.
That's one sign right there. A lot of
But
aliases.
none of them are Abdabu Dubi Dibi Boo.
Doing business, doing what in the God, what do they say all the time? Never mind. You know what I'm saying.
Represented by the
in the
stick
trust
figure.
of, and the trust of these. I'm not the trustee. Oh my God, Jesus, it's stupid. I agree with you on that. That sovereign citizenship is stupid as hell. It is.
Yeah.
But,
Don't call me by that name.
Yeah.
Don't call me John the Baptist. Call me Baptist.
Uppercase today. Tomorrow I'm gonna be lowercase today. This is stupid.
We're gonna refer to you now as Baptist of the John, sir.
That's what I was going to say. You beat me to it.
Let's hear this crazy shit, boy. And they in the detention center, so you know it's wild. You know it's wild up in here. It started off bad. This is crazy.
That dude going off the chain right off the back.
Off the bat. All right.
And all he's worried about is visitors.
You misnamed me. You misnamed me.
Yeah. I'm surprised you say you misgendered me. Shit. Sheesh.
People say Michigan versus Ricky Moore, also known as Ricky Moore and Ricky Delmore.
No, my
Go ahead, Councilman.
Brian Murad, PA 3665, on behalf of Mr. Ricky Moore. Waive reading, stand mute. Mr. Moore has been advised of his rights.
Thank you. I'm going to enter plea of not guilty.
Hasn't been advised because it's being violated right now.
Mr. Moore. Did you have an opportunity? Mr. Moore, stop. Mr. Moore, stop. I'll ask the questions. Mr. Moore, have you been interviewed by an attorney?
Not properly, no.
Okay. When you say not properly, what do you mean by that, sir?
Rights are violated.
Did they not tell you your rights?
Not all of them, no.
Which rights did they not tell you about?
The obligation, the rights to speak up for myself, and just the thing, they charged me with.
Okay.
First degree.
You're being charged. I'll tell you what, Mr. Moore. I'll tell you what your charge is. Do you want me to tell you the charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Moore, you are charged with, and I'm gonna give you the case number, 230-586-2101. Mr. Moore, you are charged with count 1, rank robbery. Maximum penalty is life or any term of years. There's an habitual fourth offense notice. The penalty under the habitual, it is life. If the primary offense has a penalty of 5 years or more. Do you understand that?
I do not, because it's incorrect. Because I talked to the detective, he specifically told me I was being charged with.
Okay, Mr. Moore, what the detective, Mr. Moore, what the detective told you may be different, what you're being charged with. And that is something that you can talk to your attorney, Mr. Moore.
She violated my rights, that's what I did, and she wouldn't listen to me.
Okay, Mr. Moore, so you understand your rights may or may not have been violated, but that is something for you to talk to your attorney after your arraignment. Do you understand that?
My attorney rights has been violated. I could not speak.
Your Honor, Judge, if I may, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Stop, Mr. Moore. Go ahead,
Judge, I don't
counsel.
want to make this more difficult than what it seems, but obviously, in my opinion, Mr. Moore was interviewed by some of the best attorneys I know. And it's been multiple times that that's been complained of on this record. And at this time, Judge, I do feel that there's been a complete breakdown of our attorney-client relationship with our office. I would ask that Mr. Moore either be appointed counsel or proceed in per, as we're able to represent him. We want to represent him, but we can't be accused of misconduct when we're working very hard to try and get him out of here, Judge. So I think there's been a breakdown.
Okay, Mr. Moore?
Maybe we can recall this and I can talk to my supervisor about how best to proceed.
Can I have a different arraignment? Can I have a different arraignment on a different day?
No, it will be today, sir.
My attorney rights have been violated because the charges is incorrect.
Okay, sir, that is not for you to determine whether the charges are incorrect or not. You can speak to your attorney when you either have retained counsel or appointed counsel as to whether or not the charges are incorrect. And that is for a preliminary examination. Do you understand that, Mr. Moore?
I do not. Because my attorney won't listen to me. That's what I'm telling you. Because the wrong charges, and the charge that they're giving me is higher than the one that the detective told me. So my rights have been violated because the attorney wouldn't listen to me. Forced me out the room.
Mr. Moore. Okay. Are you finished, Mr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let me tell you this.
No, I'm not.
Officers that you spoke to, they don't have authority, okay, as to tell you what the charges are going to be. Your defense counsels do not have the authority as to what the charges are going to be. It is the court that makes the determination as to what the charges are going to be. Whether there is sufficient probable cause, okay, as to whether or not there's enough probable cause to establish the charges. Now, the probable cause testimony was given and the charge is bank robbery.
Okay, what makes
you can now hold on, Mr. Moore. I let you speak. Now I'm going to speak and I'm going to finish. You can disagree with the charge, and if you disagree with the charge, that's why you have an attorney later on, and then they will go and hold on. They will go later on, whether it's at the preliminary examination, which is a hearing. That testimony has to be given, whether the charge will be upheld or not. Do you understand that part?
If it's wrong, I do not understand, because if it's wrong, how can it be changed? Because if it's wrong, if
it's wrong, sir, then that would be up to a court to change it. That is not for up to you to change it. It's up to a court to change it. Do you understand that?
Probable cause of changing it then. What are the stipulations?
Sir, there's nothing, sir, we're not stipulating anything today. The only thing is whether or not your arraignment. And we're going to have your arraignment today, whether you have with an attorney or you do not have an attorney. Now, there is an attorney that stand by that have spoken to you. Now, do you want to have another opportunity?
What'd you say? What'd you say, John the Baptist?
He's mentally challenged.
I think he's just willfully ignorant.
There you go.
I think he's past ignorant. I think there's something wrong upstairs.
Yeah, he has a listening problem.
Not even just listening. I think he has. I think he can't comprehend what's happening. I don't think it's just ignorance. I think it's also just something's not connected.
Well, yeah, because he won't listen.
You think that's what it is? You think it's just not listening?
Yes.
He's trying to talk over every time she's talking. All you have to do is sit there and listen. And like, they're not even doing nothing that's deviant. They're just trying to get him arraigned.
I don't think you understand the process. That's why I think he's mentally challenged.
Just because you don't understand the process don't mean you're mentally challenged.
Well,
that just means you're not abreast of the situation.
Well, they're going to process him as a repeat offender, right? A habitual offender.
Mm-hmm.
He knows the process. He's been through it before.
So you think he's playing the system? You think he's trying to get? Okay, so do you think he's playing? I think there's something wrong with him. But you're saying he's not. You're saying he's not. You think he just? What do you ultimately think he's trying to do?
Be a dumbass.
He can get his charges reduced here, and this is not where you do that. He's been listening to some shithouse lawyer in the can.
Okay. He comes off retarded to me.
Okay.
Speak to an attorney or not today? Right now.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you want
today.
Today, you're gonna speak to an attorney, another attorney.
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, do you know who interviewed this gentleman?
Judge, it won't be any attorneys from our office, as there's been a complete breakdown of the attorney-client relationship, unfortunately.
Oh, no,
Okay.
it's not.
Well, counsel, I don't know who. Mr. Moore, stop. Stop, Mr. Moore. Counsel, okay, there's 3 attorneys there. I don't know who spoke to Mr. Moore. Sometimes it is a fresh face, okay, to speak to Mr. Moore. So I don't know who spoke to him originally. I don't know if everybody spoke to him.
Your Honor, our office is a package deal, Judge. You get, if you have a breakdown with our office, you have a breakdown with every attorney in our office.
Well,
but Your Honor, if I could have the chance to call Ms. Reason over and just confirm, I don't want to speak on something that I don't have to
listen to what I have to say, because this is my life, and then I don't want to waste my life. I'm 50 years old, and I have determined on what my life is going to be in the future.
Okay,
if I can help
Mr. Moore, are you okay? Counsel, can you tell me who spoke to Mr. Moore?
I believe it was Attorney Stevenson, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel Byrd, do you want to take a shot at
And
it
that's
or
a
not?
black woman whose office that
me
is.
as of right now, I'm with Attorney Mirage, because me and Ms. Stevenson actually tried to talk to Mr. Moore. And what Mr. Moore doesn't understand is that the detective doesn't determine the charges. And there's no way that we can get those charges changed today. And there's nothing that we can do to change them. And if we don't get those charges changed, then Mr. Moore is going to have a problem.
How would it get changed? How would it get changed? Because it's the wrong charges. And I feel like it's been on violating my rights.
Your Honor, can we recall this?
Yeah, we're going to recall this. Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll call you back later at the end.
Thank you.
Step aside, Mr. Moore. Counsel, you want to do Reggie Moore again? Try it.
We'll give it a shot, Your Honor. Let's give it a shot.
Okay. Yeah, that's all we can do is just give it a shot.
Waiting for him to bring him to the screen.
Oh, not
He needs to be interviewed again?
Yeah, I'm on 2, Craig, just to, if he can go in there for a quick minute.
We should be ready on Mr. Reggie Moore.
Okay. You think we had better chance now?
I think so. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Let's see.
We think so.
All right.
Think Mr. Bird got him. Think he's okay.
All right.
There go Miss Janice
Let me
Stevens.
finish this one. Trying to do this paperwork. All right, sir, please say your full name. DDC, you need to unmute. All right, Mr. Moore, please start over again. Your case number, sir, is 230-586-2101. Please say your full name, sir.
Ricky Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I also have you as Reggie Moore and Ricky Delmore. Sir, you have an attorney. Go ahead, counsel.
Brad Murad, PA 3665 on behalf of Mr. Ricky Moore. We wait formal reading. Mr. Moore stands mute. He's been advised of his rights.
No, I did not stand mute. No, I did not. I get not guilty.
Okay, Mr. Moore, I'm gonna let you know what the charge is, and we're gonna go. Okay, the charge is count 1, bank robbery. Penalty is life for any term of years. There's an habitual 4th offense notice, meaning there's at least 3 prior felony convictions. The penalty under the habitual, it is life. If the primary offense has 5 years or more.
Oh, I would play retarded too.
Second, baby.
Okay, Mr. Moore, I'm gonna enter a plea of not guilty for you. Do you understand that? Okay, Mr. Moore, there are some bond conditions, sir. You're not to possess any firearms or any other dangerous weapons. You understand that?
That man crazy as cat shit, boy.
You're not
just
to
told
have
you was.
contact with a, let me see who it is, who allegedly is an employee of the Chase Bank. Not to have contact with that. Do you understand that?
Family, friends, anybody else besides me, yes.
Also, sir, while this case is pending, you're not to go.
Hold on, they nigga robbed the bank that his friend worked at?
3300 East
Fuck outta here.
Jefferson, which is Chase Bank in the city of Detroit. Do you understand that?
Yo, hold on. These motherfuckers like, nigga, we know you, son. Why you robbing our bank, nigga?
Oh, you robbed the bank you knew that he banked it? Or
Yes, 4 times. This is the 4th time.
Something's not right. Something's not right with this guy. I try to tell you, something not right with him.
He's a dumbass that doesn't want to work. That's all it is.
Buddy Curtis said not guilty. Shit.
No. If you robbed the same,
guilty
if you
as
robbed the,
shit.
if you robbed the banks, you robbed the same bank 4 times, you want to go to jail.
Yo, he said, I'm 50. It's my life. No shit, you dumb motherfucker, boy. Oh, crazy. God dang it, boy. You can't make this shit up, boy. He said, no, I didn't stay mute. No, he's telling you to keep your motherfucking mic on mute, bro. Shut the hell up. Let me talk. Even the Spiccarino lawyer over there had to laugh at that one. That shit was funny.
That dude elevator don't go all the way to the top, bro.
It ain't shit. It don't even go halfway.
Bird Lady said, poor Ricky. He had no other choice.
Yeah.
Him in his sweater.
That man, listen, he was just hungry. He had to feed his children. He fit.
Okay. With that being said, I see that you have local ties, meaning that you have residents in the city of Detroit.
Yeah.
I do not have any KPS history, meaning that you failed to appear at a court hearing. I don't have any information, but I do have that you have prior convictions, sir. The latest is from 2013.
Oh, he's been out of jail.
It
for a long
refers
time.
to felony bank robbery. I'm going to have your attorney make an argument. You understand that, sir? That's the bond.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, counsel.
Excuse me. I'm not interested in the bond. I'm interested in solving the case and getting the problem solved. I'm not trying to get out because there's going to be.
To get the problem solved. Oh
No, he said to investigate the case and get it solved. Dude, they solved it. It was you. Your friend told on you, dumbass.
It was you. It was you all 4 times.
He probably had no mask on. It's not me. It's not me.
You got the.
It's Robbie.
You got the dye pack. You got the dye pack all over your face, bro. It was you.
Nah. I just tended my face. You didn't see me. You ain't see me. This shit is insane. Hey, we knew from the start when Buddy broke out as soon as it came out. Nah. Like, yo, this nigga crazy.
I told you his elevator missing some steps, bro. Some floors. I missing floors. He don't go all the way to the top though.
I told you it don't even go halfway. This shit go to level 2 and that's it. And there's 300 floors.
He should plead insanity.
I would.
Reason of
You'll
insanity.
get it too. You'll get that shit too.
Be a hold on me because I got another misdemeanor in Thursday District Court. So that'd be. I'm not worried about this. I understand y'all trying to make some money.
He's telling on himself.
I don't have no
He's
money.
telling on himself.
I'm trying to solve the case.
Okay.
You trying to solve the case?
Go ahead,
So,
counsel.
Judge, with regard to bond, I'd advise that Mr. Moore is 50 years old, Judge. He's a life resident here in the state of Michigan. I'm not aware of any other matters
In the
pending
state of
besides
Detroit,
traffic.
you meant to say.
Mr. Moore does receive Social Security as his sole source of income, Your Honor, putting him well within the poverty guidelines. A stable residence in the community as well with a roommate, Judge.
John the Baptist is right. His elevator don't go to the top. This nigga getting Social Security. No, he probably been getting it since he was 12. This nigga crazy.
You don't say.
Listen,
Problem is he's not getting enough Social Security.
sir. Good job there. We already knew he was crazy, but I mean, he actually has a diagnosis of being crazy. He was probably one of the test patients for that Ativan and all kind of other shit. This motherfucker brain is gone. They put that nigga on red like 17 times.
Black Thought said You all won't let him solve the case. That's what it is. Ricky Bobby want to solve the case.
This dude think he spit the gadget.
This nigga robbed the same bank 4 times from his cousin. He facts. He making robbing banks.
His cousin Ricky Bobby.
Big man.
He robbing his own cousin that work at the bank. That's crazy. Mama, how many banks you done robbed in your lifetime?
15, 20.
You're a repeat offender, that's what it is.
No, the only reason Mama's out is because she solved the case.
That's right.
I did. I solved that sucker. This poor man's one of them special kind of stupids. I think he just fell off the back of the cabbage truck.
I think they dropped him on birth.
I'm telling you, it's the drugs they used to get them dumb kids in class to make sure they sit down. You wanted them. You gotta think, when he was in school, he was the first round. He was the first go around of motherfuckers giving children Ritalin and shit.
He was in the same classroom for 10 years. He was in the same classroom for 10 years.
Yeah. Listen, that doesn't mean Listen, I ain't gonna let y'all diminish this man's character. He's a great bank robber. He just keeps getting caught, but he want to help solve the case.
See, he's trying to be helpful, and they just won't let him be helpful. Ricky Bobby has the answers. He said, "You won't let me solve the case."
It's a fact. This shit crazy.
He's given us some phone numbers, including his pastor's phone number, so we know he has those ties.
One number, sir.
You know,
plus
good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moore.
You know good and goddamn well this nigga ain't in church. I don't know why they doing this shit, man.
Oh, he go to church every now and then. He shows up.
Man, stop.
He has a PhD in pastoral excrement.
All right, here we go.
And Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to review this investigator's report thoroughly. And, my opinion, Judge, is that I don't think anyone ever was in any type of danger. And when we think about bond, that's really our concern here is if we let Mr. Moore back out on the street, is someone going to be in danger? And based on this case and these allegations, Your Honor, I just don't find that present. I think that if we take anything with regard to these allegations, the report indicates that he was very cooperative with the police. He was not combative. There was no assaultive behavior whatsoever. The allegation is the
robbed
use
a
of
bank
a
with a
note
piece of paper.
I think those are all relevant factors here. Somebody who was listening to officers, who sat down with officers, who cooperated with officers. I think that's worth consideration when we're determining bond.
I think I heard about this story. That's the guy that robbed the bank with a water gun.
For these reasons, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court for a high personal bond with a GPS tether. That way the court can, monitor him if the court wishes. But for those reasons, Your Honor, I'd ask for just a straight personal bond. I know that's what Mr. Moore wants me to ask for, but I understand if the court may not do that, we'd ask for GPS tether in lieu of any cash bond.
Okay.
Go and get that man bail bond. He ain't going nowhere.
Solve the case to be solved. I do not want to be bonded out.
Oh, okay. Officer, can you tell me in reference?
Hey, Miss Jenny Stevens is just done with this nigga. Every time he speak, he just want to help solve the case. This man robbed I don't think he robbed it with a water gun. I think he robbed it with just a piece of paper, and then put on that. Give me half your money. Give me half of it. I don't need all of it. Just give me a couple hundred. You know what I mean? Give me a couple hundred, and I'll be out your way.
No, I read it wrong. It wasn't a water gun. I read it wrong. It wasn't a water gun. It was one of the Nerf guns.
Oh, okay.
I read it wrong. It was a Nerf gun.
Really? Yeah, you know what?
This man ain't no threat. This man is not a threat at all. He robbed the same bank one time with his cousin worked at.
Does he have any holds?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, Mr. Moore. Okay.
I'm not planning on getting bonded out, period.
Well, sir, in this particular matter, I'm looking at this.
I want the case to be solved, not trying just to get out.
Sir, the case will be solved one way or the other in this matter.
Big money. I don't have no money to give y'all. But no time to wait.
No time.
50 years old.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moore. Okay. In this particular matter, counsel, I read the same things in the investigator's report, that he spoke to the police, he was cooperative, that he attempted to rob. He had a note he gave to a bank employee about he wanted some money. Quote, the note said, "Give me money or die." However, he indicated that after he spoke to the police that he tried to gain money to pay his rent and put some money in his pocket for the month. There was nothing to indicate that he had any type of firearm or other dangerous weapon. But the note itself, that can be dangerous. Give me money or die. Okay. And his last conviction was about 10 years ago. So with that being said, okay, Mr. Moore, I'm going to give him a $500,000 personal bond. I'm also going to put him on a GPS tether, house arrest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Judge.
EDC, I'll see you on the female side.
The city of Detroit ought to be embarrassed. The city of Detroit ought to be embarrassed.
Say it again.
The city of Detroit ought to be embarrassed.
Yo.
This man most definitely has a mental issue. He should be put in a mental hospital somewhere a long time ago.
Give me money or die. All right. I just want to pay my rent and put some money in my pocket for the month. I told you, give me a couple $100.
Mayo, you still think he got just a listening problem?
No, he's full on retarded.
Mayo, you still think I just?
He said he's full on retarded. Yo.
He's gonna get with Scooby Doo, and they're gonna get this case solved in the mystery machine.
But they gave that boy $500,000 a day. That's
case.
Yeah, you better put that thing on.
Yes, we got through with Mr. Moore. Council Barat?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one more.
No, just letting you know in reference to Mr. Moore, that's sometimes if one attorney can't work it out, sometimes another attorney can.
And it definitely got worked out, Judge.
Yes, it did.
That was pretty funny.
So what got worked out? What did I miss? My phone.
It got worked out somehow. I don't know how, but yeah.
They solved the case. It's official.
They solved the case. His ass going to jail.
He's retarded.
Oh, that's 37. I'll look at Hall back some other time. That's all about a mobile home right there. I know Mayo's been waiting for that one.
Oh yeah. I want a good sovereign mobile home case. That'd be good.
It wasn't a sovereign. It might have been. I don't fucking know. It probably could be. You never fucking know with these crazy people.
Okay, and then Kristen Carter, where are
I
you?
hate this bitch voice.
Right here. And then where is Andrew Henry?
You leave that man alone.
Right here.
Okay. I understand that a 3-day notice was given, but these folks have filed an answer. You think you think that you are entitled to stay in the property? Is that correct?
We're not
No, she a
asking
meth head
to
right there.
stay. However, Judge, I do apologize. I didn't know when to ask this of you. I had a seizure about 30 minutes ago. I have these with my brain condition, and I'm not feeling the best right now.
Stupid is not a brain condition.
There's no AC in this house because the utilities have been disconnected. The electricity is on, however, they took the faceplate off the thermostat. So it's
They
like
forcefully
really.
tried to evict us.
Mr. Ritter, please.
Okay,
Ritter,
so are
please.
you asking for a
It's very
continuance?
hot in here. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry.
Go outside,
Okay,
bitch.
well,
We would like to
I'm
get a
not
continuance,
feeling
that way
well.
we can get our stuff together. They had thrown all of our stuff outside, so a lot of our evidence.
all right,
has
well,
been
hold on, let's
misplaced.
go about, I've read your answer, So, but on the issue of the petition, are you objecting to the eviction?
Yes,
Okay, and what is your legal grounds for the
Okay.
eviction? So that
Because
means
of
you
the-
want to stay.
Your Honor, if I
because of
can,
the forceful
please.
eviction.
Stop, go ahead, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, I believe the person that's talking, I believe, is Abraham Ritter, or is that Andrew? Is Abraham Ritter on here?
Yeah, I'm on here.
He's the
Okay,
gentleman
all
in the orange.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Well,
If I can, Your Honor, just give a brief synopsis of what's going on here.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so what happened is that Abraham Ritter lives next door to both Christian Carter and Andrew Henry, who were evicted out of this park by Eric Bruce in case number 23 LM 532. My client, Mr. Ritter, made the mistake of allowing the two of them to come over to his home after they got evicted, of which he told them they could stay there a couple of days since they were essentially homeless. Well, that turned into multiple days and both of them refusing to leave his home, wherein actually Mr. Ritter felt uncomfortable enough that he had to leave his own home. And in the meanwhile, Eric Bruce, who runs the park, gave my client a 14-day 30 for having unauthorized occupants, essentially the people that they had just evicted from the park. And so we then served a 3-day, they're not tenants, they're essentially squatters in Mr. Ritter's home, of which Mr. Ritter gave him a 3-day notice telling them that they needed to move and get out of his home. And they have refused to do so. And so we're here today to get them out of his home so that Mr. Ritter can go back to his home and be there. That's what this is all about.
Your Honor, may I say something?
No.
Well, which one of you can be the spokesperson? You or
This is
Ms.
Andrew.
Carter? Are
This
you
is
going to
Andrew.
speak for the both of you, or is Ms. Carter?
I am not feeling well at all. However, that information is incorrect. A lot of it.
All right, Mr. Andrew Henry, what
Yes.
legal right do you have to be in that residence? Answer the question. Don't go off on a far.
Can you say that one more time?
What legal rights do you have to be in the property? Are you paying rent?
Yes, we do. I
You
have
pay
the text
rent? How much
messages.
per month do you pay for rent?
We actually paid him some cash, and then we also paid by doing repairs on the house. We fixed the front porch. We babysit his dog when he goes to work, as well as we do cleaning and housely duties that were not done before.
All right, so it's your position that you plan to stay in his house unless you're evicted?
It's my position that due to the forceful eviction, they have got us a lot of debt because of this, and they have misplaced $1,500 by throwing all of our property outside. So we want to counter sue for that money back.
Mr. Holmes, do you want to proceed with your evidence?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Your Honor, call Abraham Ritter.
We need to
Please raise your
clear
right
things up.
hand.
A lot of that was not true.
Please raise your right hand, Mr. Ritter. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Ritter, please state your name for the court.
Abraham Ritter.
And Mr. Ritter, do you live at 1201 North Money, Lot 3 in Augusta?
Yes, sir.
And do you own that mobile home?
Yes, sir.
And do the does Christian Carter and Andrew Henry, did they live next door to you in a mobile home?
Yes.
And were they evicted from their mobile home, as I indicated, in another case in which they were removed from their home?
Yes.
All right. And when they were removed from their home, did they come to you and ask you if they could stay in your home for a period of time?
Yes.
And did you tell them that they could stay in your home for a couple of days?
Yes.
All right. And when approximately was that, Mr. Ritter?
Middle of July.
All right. And was that soon after they were evicted and a writ was served on them, which I believe was served on June 28th of 2023?
Yes.
So soon after that?
Yeah.
And did you tell them that they could stay there only for a couple of days?
Yes.
All right. And after that period of time passed, did you ask them to leave your home?
Yes.
And what was their response to you?
They said, we'll have a place soon. We'll have a place soon. That's all it's ever been.
All right. And they are still in your home?
Yeah.
All right. And have you actually felt that you had to move from your home because of them?
Yeah.
Where are you currently staying now?
Staying at my mom and dad's house.
All right. And in fact, it indicates Lori is the person. Is that your mother?
Yes.
All right. And did the Christian Carter and Mr. Henry, did they ever pay you any rent?
No.
All right. And have they said that they were going to do chores for you in return for staying in your home?
They willingly did it on their own. I didn't ask them to do anything.
All right. Are you here today asking them to be removed from your home?
Yes.
All right. We have submitted a couple of documents. The first one is Exhibit 1, which is actually the court proceedings that removed them from the home next to yours. Is that accurate, Mr. Ritter?
Yes.
All right. And you then also prepared what we've marked as Exhibit 2, which is a 3-day notice that you gave them on July 31st of 2023. Is that your notice that you gave them, Mr. Ritter?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that notice that you gave them asked them to be out by August 3rd of 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've already indicated they're still in your home and refuse to vacate.
Yep.
And are you here today asking the court to assist you in getting both of them out of your home?
Yes, sir.
And is it your intent that you want to be able to return to your home?
I would like to be able to return to my home and live there.
All right. We also submitted to the court what we've marked as Exhibit 3. And Exhibit 3 is actually a notice from First Family Living. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a notice made out to you advising you that if you didn't get them out of your home, that they were going to file an action against you to have you removed from your home or have your trailer actually moved due to the violation of having both Christian Carter and Mr. Henry in your home.
Yes, sir.
All right. And in order to try to comply with what was served on you on 8/7 of 2023, did you contact our office, Mr. Ritter, and ask for us to help assist you in getting them out of your home?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask the court to I'm going to offer both Exhibit 1, which is just actually the court proceedings in the prior eviction, but also Exhibit 2, which is my client's 3-day notice, as well as Exhibit 3, which was a notice to my client asking from the park, asking that he get them out of his house in order to comply with having unauthorized occupants in his home.
Okay.
All right. Any objections?
I can't see the
None.
document.
Hearing none, they will be admitted.
I cannot see
I
the
do object.
document.
Oh, okay. Well, let's put them up on the screen then.
Open your eyes, bitch.
And I suppose we're going to continue this, even though
No, we're not continuing it.
I don't know if I can sit here.
All right, well, let's,
it's like, it's just so
I'm
hot.
waiting for her to fall
It's so
out
hot
on
here.
camera.
I just can't do it. Oh, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Be a grown up.
I mean, she could leave since it's not her house, and it's.
I said walk outside, bitch.
Go to
It's so-
McDonald's, girl. Go to the McDonald's. No one cares.
This bitch is insane.
She won't leave because the minute she does that, he can log her out.
Yeah.
okay, I can take judicial notice. I was the judge that ordered the eviction in the 2023 LM 532, so,
Yes, and that's also, I wanted to come forth and with all due respect, ask that due to that conflict of interest and you being on that case, I do feel very uncomfortable with you being the judge on this case, just due to the fact that you know those details. And I feel that you knowing about the past eviction and now their attorney has been brought into this case amongst others. My old landlord in this document, which was never told to me.
well,
I
I'm
do want to request a new judge.
okay, well, your request for recusal is denied.
Okay.
And even if you had a new judge, the new judge could take judicial notice of the court records on file.
Right.
in the Judicial district. Okay, so that one is admitted. Next one.
And is there no way I can get a continuance? Because I do not.
Well, I would like to give you a continuance, but I'd also, if you don't have any legal reason to be in this man's house.
I do.
We do. We have text messages.
That's what
And
I would like to do.
Well, I'm
I
going to
have
give you
text
your chance.
messages
I'm going to give
where
you your
everything
chance here in a
you're
minute.
saying is not clear.
All right.
Yeah, everything is untrue.
Guys, this is not a free for all where we just throw in whatever we want. We have order. Now.
The court has text messages that was sent.
Andrew,
Stop.
please.
Stop. Okay, here's the second exhibit that you wanted to see and you're entitled to see. This is the 3-day notice to quit for non-payment of rent, notice to leave premises. You should have seen that by now. That should have been tacked to the door or presented to you.
Yes. But non-payment of rent, there was never an agreement to pay rent.
All right.
There was a verbal agreement that he would let us stay.
Exhibit 2 is admitted, but you have seen that was tacked to your door, right?
I have seen that, yes.
Okay. All right. Then it is what it purports to be. Okay. Here's notice to quit dated August 7, 2023 from Family Living. And this is addressed to Lori and Bart and Emily and Abraham and any other residents. This is exhibit 3 where he was told he would have to move.
Well, the home cannot be moved because it's older than 19.
Okay, but do you have
So
any?
that's incorrect, and that was made up from what I understand and what I've heard.
It was made up. What do you mean?
She made that to kind of put an extra juncture into this case, and
They're working together.
Evidence. Yeah, I mean, it's
okay.
There was an issue that happened that made them work together.
Hearing no
And I have all the text
objection,
messages explained.
Sir.
Okay, Andrew, please.
Hearing no objection, exhibit 3 is admitted. Again, go ahead.
We did have an objection.
Okay, what was your legal objection?
My legal objection is a falsified, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Next exhibit. Objection overruled.
Oh my gosh.
That was all 3. That was all of them? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Holmes?
No, Your Honor. I believe that my client's mother, Lori Ritter, who is also, I think she's also present, but she's also assisting Mr. Ritter due to some disabilities that he has.
Okay.
He
Well,
lives
knew
in
that
the
one.
home, but I believe, is Lori there?
Actually, this is Bart. This is his father.
All right, the father is there with him, and I just have a few questions for Mr. Ritter, the father.
All right, Mr. Ritter, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please
All right,
proceed.
thank you. Mr. Ritter, can you please state your name for the court?
Bart Allen Ritter.
And Mr. Ritter, are you the father of Abraham Ritter?
Yes.
All right. And you and your wife, I believe, did you purchase this home for your son?
That is correct.
All right. And does your son typically live there by himself?
Well, yes, he has shared custody of his daughter, his 17-month-old daughter. But yeah, normally it's him, or when he has the week he has custody of her, she's with him.
All right. And is it fair to say, Mr. Ritter, that your son has some disabilities?
He has some learning disabilities, yes.
All right. And can you share just briefly what that is?
Well, he was diagnosed at an early age. I think he was about 3 or 4 with autism on the autism spectrum. He also has a reading disability. He reads at about a 4th grade level. He is employed and is independent, but he does have those disabilities.
Catch that.
All right. And the reason for my asking.
Reads at a 4th grade level and is employed. Employed. I'm just saying.
What I have, right? They said they found out at a young age, which they 4 or 5, that he had autism. What do they do? What do they do as parents?
I don't know, but look.
They did everything fucking wrong.
I don't know. He's living on his own.
That's not.
He's
that's
working.
That's cool. That's cool. But again, think about what we did.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And we cannot say our middle son doesn't have a lot of spectrums that are.
Yeah, I know.
This is fucking.
But don't forget, not everybody has.
Oh, that spectrum shit.
No. I was going to say not everybody has the services, or not everybody knows what to do, or yeah, I get what you're saying.
But we did more stuff to them than they did.
That's my point. My point is, maybe I don't know. Maybe they were told.
That's weird, man. I don't know.
Have you seen the doctors and stuff that tell the parents just medicate them because there's nothing else you can do? Like,
oh yeah,
it's crazy.
Well, we didn't do any medication. That's one reason.
Never.
We weren't doing that shit. Yeah, we did opposite of everything. So
some people truly listen to that and do the opposite, and you know one.
Oh, we need to put him in school. No, we don't. We're gonna put him in regular school. Okay, I guess
we know someone that the kid is, I think, either 5 or 6 now, and listened to them say there's nothing you can do, and we're just gonna kind of basically pet him and put him on meds, and he still doesn't speak, he still doesn't function, he still doesn't anything, because when you medicate them, they can't think. So it's possible. I mean, he's very polite, he's very he just seems like he's very trusting. But
no, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but to me,
but I know what you're saying.
You did a whole disservice to your child
Absolutely.
by not allowing him to fucking flourish besides whatever. And I'm gonna say it. They're fucking bad parents.
How old is he? How old is the man? The young man y'all talking about?
He got a child, so he's old enough to have a kid. So, and reading at a 4th grade level, if your child is reading at a 4th grade level, but he's able to live on his own, there's something wrong with you as a parent, that you didn't allow that child to flourish, or give him the opportunity or the wherewithal to do better for himself.
What in the world is a reading disability that you stay at a 4th grade reading, which means he could read up to a 4th grade level? Like, there was retention up to a 4th grade level. So
how did it stop?
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, why couldn't? What is the disability that?
As you stop learning?
Yeah,
but age does make age does make a difference in this case, right? Because depending on what year he was born, modern medicine and technology they would have helped him develop with autism,
Yeah, but he
right?
could.
So
But even today, he could be learning. He could have been learning over the past 10 years. He could have been. I don't. That part I don't get. There, what reading disability is out there that you can't? Coming from parents, us that have been through autism stuff, and I don't get it. I think you're. I'm not saying they're bad people.
I'm
or
saying they're
anything,
shitty
but I
parents.
think they should have, instead of going out and being like, okay, now we're gonna do this. Yeah, he seems like a good guy. He has a job, and he has obviously parenting is. He's an okay parent if he's able to have somewhat of custody or visitation, or whatever it is. But
Yeah, of another child. Come
why
on now.
but I don't know. So I think you kind of judge it, call them bad parents, Tom.
I am.
Because I know you are, because I think the situation we don't know is we don't know what help they did get him, what didn't get him. We don't know their level of dealing with this autism either. So
Bro, they're bad parents.
I guess
I understand.
I'm not.
I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. The parents' level of education or understanding or anything like that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But yeah, Black Thoughts is right. They did kind of give up instead of pushing forward. I mean, the kid, if he was reading at a 4th grade level, then why wasn't he in
Bird lady, resources.
services? Yes,
Bird
resources.
lady, resources ain't it. That ain't it. Because for the reason why I say it's not it is because the simple fact is, if you're gonna you're giving your child a crutch, right? You can't give your child a crutch. No, well, I know what that means. I know I'm not dumb. But what
And
I'm
living
saying is,
right down the road from this town for 20 years, they have one of the best school districts in the area.
so like I said, resources. Even that, like I said, we didn't tell our child till he was old. Till we thought he was old enough to actually handle the saying, "Hey, you have a disability."
This guy can't be older than, say, 30.
It's crazy.
Would you think? Like about 30, right?
Which
Now,
one?
This guy in this case. So
the one says Lori. I think he's probably in his early 20s.
Okay, so we're looking about within 5 years or so of the same time frame as our child.
Yes.
So it's the same age group period of resources, services, all the things.
You have to be vigilant. You have to be vigilant as a fucking parent to make sure that they're getting everything that they need.
Yep.
And to make sure that they're still learning and not allowing these teachers to cap him and baby him. And no, you can't do this. Well,
that was the problem. They tried that shit with every single year that went by. We had to put our foot down and be like, you will not baby him. You will not put him in special classes. You will not. And guess what? The kid is in the Navy, graduated high school with a very high GPA, super smart, and no other people don't have any idea because we never allowed him, but we backed up everything with him. We gave him all the tools that he needed to succeed. And not saying it was easy, because it wasn't easy for him, but it can be done. You just don't give them an excuse and pet them like a hurt dog. You treat them like a human being, and basically all autism really is, bottom line, they learn differently. That's it. That's the bottom line. They learn in a different way, and you have to find their way. So maybe somebody has to explain something 5 times in 5 different ways. One of those ways is the way they learn. That's it. We're honest to God, that's the bottom line. And I know it sounds really summed up because I'm doing that on purpose, but it really is the truth. And my kid didn't speak in full sentences till he was about 7. That's a long time. Now he doesn't shut up.
That's a fact.
Man, he's typing to me right now.
I don't know. That shit irritates me because I know what it takes to actually have your child see your child succeed, and to be the person that hold it to not be vigilant and getting that shit done and just being copacetic with something and not actually caring. You can say you care, but me looking at my child reading at a fourth grade level and they're and their motherfucking high school is insane to me. That means you did something wrong.
And how did the school? Well, wait, we don't know if he graduated. I was going to say, how did the school even graduate him if he could only read at a fourth grade level? But then again, they'll do that. They will bypass state testing. They will bypass all kinds of stuff and give them special diplomas in high school.
Yeah, if
even
they're
though,
on,
yeah,
they're
if they're
on
on
an
IEP.
IEP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even though they did not pass what they needed to, and it's not they call it a special diploma, but it really isn't different. Like, it doesn't look any different. It's not different, but it's wrong because the resources are out there. You just have to find them. And even look, we were doing it when there wasn't a ton of like YouTube and all that to be able to sit down and explain 8 different ways on certain math stuff or this stuff or that stuff, because their minds are very analytical in one way and not the other, vice versa. But we didn't have all that. Now it's all out there. All you got to do is find it. Certificate of completion, yeah, Bird Lady, yes. But they call it, it's a regular high school diploma. So it's the same diploma that everybody else gets. So it's kind of crazy to me that he's in a good school system, but maybe, I don't know. I didn't hear that part. I guess they're not going to talk about it because it's this kind of case, but kind of weird to me that a fourth grade.
I'm stuck on that my damn
I'm
self.
stuck on that too. That's really young. Like, that's forming sentences and not really reading at a fourth grade level is really, 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 that's terrible. And it's not like he can't, because if he can function in life and have a job and have a household without crackheads and have a child.
That's what I'm stuck on. He has a fucking child.
Why can't he read? Why there's not one person that cared enough to sit down and teach him how to read? I mean, people that come from different countries that, speak
Not ready yet.
fluently in all different languages learn how to read in English.
Yes, the
So
code is
why
not
can't
working.
somebody who was brought up in English,
I'll text it to you.
brought up in English,
Harass him.
in America, learn how to read? Find a way. Watch cartoons. I don't know. There's ways.
Watched a lot of Caillou, and I hated that bitch.
I hate that stupid show.
Let's continue.
Asking, is it easy sometimes for him to be taken advantage of?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And do you feel that in this particular case that the defendants have taken advantage of him by taking and moving into his home and actually forcing him out?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
All right. And you were here assisting him as well, because he's currently living back in your home over this situation?
Correct. He doesn't feel comfortable living there.
All right. I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Any further evidence at all? Nothing?
We rest, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Mr. Andrew, Mr. Henry, are you going to speak first?
Can I ask a question?
Raise your right hand. Oh, you want to ask a question? Go ahead. You want to ask a question?
I want to cross-examine the witness.
All right.
Or the plaintiff.
All right, that would be the gentleman that just testified. If you want to come back, he wants to ask you some questions.
Yes,
Go
Your
ahead.
Honor.
And you are under oath.
Carter, you're not to be speaking now. Go ahead.
Okay, so Abraham, I just wanted to ask, whenever you allowed us to move in, did we give you a specific time frame in which how long you'd be there? And did I clearly ask you how much you wanted front and what we could do to earn our stay there?
I told you I didn't want anything.
Wait a minute, who's he cross-examining? I thought he was cross-examining the gentleman that just testified.
No, Abraham.
Now, we're certainly out of order, but go ahead.
Yeah, you asked me if I wanted anything, and I said no.
So you didn't say that you would settle for and as well as cleaning and fixing of things?
You guys wanted to do that
and
on
taking
your
care
own.
of your dog?
You guys wanted to do that on your own.
So if I'm able to submit to the court, I wouldn't be able to submit to the court any text messages?
You guys wanted to do that stuff on your own. I said I could care less if you did it or
And
not.
so I have no text. Do I not have any text messages? I would not have any text messages saying where you allowed me to do that in exchange for my stay there as a tenant. And have you not referred to yourself as my roommate?
No.
And haven't we been there for over 2 months?
At least a month.
And have you ever asked me to get out without your parents being in the middle of it?
Multiple
Yourself.
times. Multiple times.
You've asked me personally.
I've asked you guys to leave with the eviction notice, and the eviction notice was my idea.
Okay, so you asked once the eviction was served, but you
All
never
right,
asked one time before that.
It seems like we keep asking the same question in different ways.
I'm just trying to show that I have in text message, Your Honor, that I can submit to the court
Right,
where
I'll give you a
Abe did
chance
say we
to
could stay there
introduce-
for up to 6 months.
Well, then show it.
All right, well, I'll let you introduce that in due time.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I would also like to ask, Abraham, is it true that your mom came in and shut off utilities and we didn't have any utilities?
Yeah.
For a forceful eviction?
We still don't have.
Ms. Carter, you're not testifying right now.
Abraham, is that correct?
Yes.
And does Kansas statute forbid that? Do you know?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Abraham, is it also true that your mom came in and misplaced our property and threw it all outside?
Nope.
Before the court proceedings?
Nope.
Is it not? I have a police report showing that. Is that not true that the police were over there and that we filed charges against them?
I don't know. How does it work?
Okay. No further questions.
All
You
right.
did a shitty job, sir.
Any further evidence, Mr. Holmes?
No, Your Honor.
You, sir,
All right.
are an idiot.
Plaintiff rests. Now, Mr. Henry, do you want to testify first?
Yes, please.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, please proceed.
What happened
Go
to the
ahead.
text message?
Okay.
Exactly. I
So
was waiting on it.
basically, Abraham allowed us to move in because of the situation next door when we was evicted. We was evicted because of my background. However, I was on the lease for 2 years before, and my background was ran. There was actually a conflict of interest in that whole situation. So Abraham knew about the whole situation, and he allowed us to move in exchange for really just to have somebody there and do the work that he didn't do, because Abraham is really sloppy and doesn't take care of things around the house, as well as he had a dog who was tearing up everything there whenever he was gone. And his parents keep him on budgets where he can only spend so much money every so often. And so he wanted money for like his paws and things like that. And we was able to accommodate that in exchange for the room that he had that was extra. This home is his home. He was able to make that decision. We've been friends way long before this situation even came to occurrence, and they tried to kick him out. The things didn't go sour.
They just taking advantage of this dude.
Abuse on an animal that was in the home, and my wife had made comments about this abuse As soon as the comments were made and we asked for the dog to be taken back to the Humane Society or the cops to be called, that is when his mom stepped in and came in and tried to forcefully evict us out of this home. She came in and she shut off all the utilities. We have not had water. We have not had electricity. And she has barged in the home multiple times without being a tenant in this home, has misplaced our property. We had $1,500 that we had saved up to move that is no longer there. We filed a police report on this. We have lost a cat because of this. It's been a nightmare.
Ms. Carter, did you want to testify?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand.
Can we see them text
You
messages
solemnly
though?
swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed.
So again, if I repeat what he said, I apologize. I might just go back over it to kind of get my things in line. In our past eviction, I know that it does look terrible as far as that. However, that is not a characteristic of us.
Yes,
This
it
has
is.
never happened to us before.
Except the
In
last
the
time.
previous eviction, come to find out, the police actually had to tell me through this incident when they had thrown our things out by the garage, and some of it in the garage, but it was definitely thrown everywhere. The police informed me of why we were evicted at that time, because I never actually knew the real reason, and Angie would never give me a specific reason. But they had informed me it was because Andrew didn't pass the background check. However, he had been on there for 2 years previous. So I just want to clear that up. Just because the defamation of character, things have been around town. It's really hard to hear because we're not these people. Again, it's not a characteristic of who we are. My kids have been with my mom now since this has happened, to keep them away from everything and away from this mess. And I only get to see them on the weekends. We did not take
go to your own
advantage of
house
aid.
then.
We have the text messages, as you've heard from Andrew. They all
Apparently,
will show
Mom won't
you
let them move in.
that he was in complete agreement, and actually at one point had
Yeah.
offered it to us before those messages, and when he saw us in the yard packing. You know, we've known Abe for a while, since, you know, we lived here for 3.5 years, and he's lived here for, I'd say, about a year and a half. I'm not exactly sure on the time. You know, we never had any issues with him. I was informed by the police, and we did see it living in our old home, that there have been other people in and out of Abe's home that have lived here, that he's welcomed in, kind of in and out. And I was told that he's given numerous house keys out to those people as well. I cannot remember the officer's last name, but that's in the report with them. If you, need proof, I don't know how that would work, but
Just 'cause you say it doesn't
so
mean
they
anything.
informed us of that. I do have a house key that was given to us by Abe. I have it on me if anyone would like to see that. It has an M&M on it. So he was more than forthcoming in letting us stay. There was never an expiration date for this stay. Again, in the text messages, you can see that. He never asked us to leave. I asked Abe, and Andrew asked Abe, do your parents know? Are they aware we're here? Because we knew that may be a conflict. His answer was always no. They do not care that you are here. And so that is what we went by. And then all of a sudden, after, the puppy that he had had become too much for him. I don't know what happened. His mother came over one morning early in the morning, and slammed the door open to the room that we were staying in and told us to leave, just yelling. I informed her that, the dog was not being taken care of, that he was being abused. So she actually told me, okay, well, I'm going to take him to the Humane Society. She did not know that he had the dog due to previous dogs. I guess she had said that he hadn't cared for. But away from that, but I have also text messages. I helped clean Abe so much. I would do his laundry. I did so much outside work. I'm not even supposed to be outside like that. I did it not only out of appreciation for letting us stay, but for the agreement that we verbally made between even just me and him.
I thought they had text messages.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on.
I honestly, I'm beside myself. I don't know how this has happened. And then coming into the home after, he's told us that we're okay, that we have time to find a home, and saving that money that we had. And now I don't have anywhere to go because I don't have any money. That was displaced in all the movement of things.
Bullshit.
And maybe I shouldn't have had it in the bedroom hidden. I don't know. But I just want to be here.
Judge, are you believing me yet? Are you believing my story? Because I'm crying.
That's not who I am. That's not who Andrew is. We were told something by Abe, who owns the home, who told us he owned the home, who does own the home. And that's what we did. We went with him from there forth. The home cannot be moved because it is older. I can't remember the year. As far as I understand, he cannot be evicted from what, the attorney says that I have with legal aid.
You did all that work to get an attorney through legal aid. Why don't you find out how to get your own place?
I have a criminal justice degree. I'm not out here trying to take somebody's home. Once again, I just don't want to be homeless. And Abe was really he was there for us. He came over and asked if we were okay. It went on from there. It was verbal, and then it went into text messages later that evening. And we're not here to take advantage of anybody. But when you turn the utilities off, I've had numerous seizures. There's no point to it. There's no reason to be that cruel. And right now the house is hot as hell. And anyway, so again, we're not here to take advantage.
I'm sorry, did you say your children went to stay with their grandparents?
They did.
But you
because I did not want them in this. I didn't want them.
And you didn't choose to go with them?
No.
They go every summer.
This is our home.
It's not your home. It's not your home.
We're visiting anyhow. Not this is our home. Not this is Kansas is our home. It would have taken a lot. Me and my dad did not get along personally at all. He did not want us moving in. They said that they would take care of the kids. I know it sounds like a messed up situation. It is. So no, I could not refute to their home, Your Honor. I couldn't. My kids could.
Okay.
And that's a lot of why this happened too. So that's my testimony. I don't know what.
A terrible man, and you're a terrible woman.
Holmes, do you have any questions of either of these two?
Just a few.
Yeah,
Ms. Carter,
she could go to her home.
you acknowledged
They
that
didn't want
you
her
and
husband.
Mr.
Hold on.
Henry were evicted from.
What'd y'all say? What you say, Mama?
I say,
I said the parents would let her come. They don't want her husband there.
Yeah.
Because he's a piece of crap, and she is too.
Yep.
They'll put up with her crap, but they won't put up with his though.
And I'll bet you after 90 days, they're going to claim those kids were abandoned with them and take custody.
Yep.
As well as they should.
And they should. Better off for the kids.
Cause what kind of man would be in this situation where you're begging, you're using your friend who has autism, and you're abusing him for your benefit? Come on, man. You're not. That says a lot about your character as a man. The moment you give me an eviction notice, or the moment you tell me you don't want me there, I'm already out.
I agree. I've been out. Matter of fact, I'm not trying to stay with. I think I stayed with my friends for a while. I stayed with my friends for a long time, but then I got my own place. But when they asked me. Matter of fact, when I felt that I was overstaying my welcome there, I left.
Yeah. I've actually never stayed. I've never stayed since I've been indoor. I never stayed with anybody. But the case is, if I did, once you feel like you're not welcome anymore, leave. Leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
This dude is trash. This dude and this woman both are trash. It should not get this far. You should not be in court taking this man with autism to court. You should just be out. You don't have your kids. Your parents took your kids for you. They made it easy for you already. Go figure it out.
You're very upset, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
leave
she has
these good white people alone.
She has seizures, sir.
So do I. What does that mean?
Have seizures on the street. Then get out that man's house.
Oh no, I meant Caesar's Pizza, sir.
Oh, okay.
You ain't shit. I tell you what.
From the lot 2, which is next door to Mr. Ritter, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that the park does not want either you or him in their park.
When did I acknowledge that?
When they evicted you.
We got
No,
evicted
that was
from lot 2
never
only.
told. That was never told to
Okay,
us.
Ms. Carter, do you understand that Mr. Ritter has a notice that he's going to be evicted because you and Mr. Henry are unauthorized and living in his trailer?
Do you understand that that's a falsified
yes or
document?
no,
Okay,
Ms.
hold on,
Carter?
Ms. Carter, answer the questions.
No, I had no idea that document was even out there until I just saw it on.
Okay, and now that you know
How
it,
you know
do you
how you know it's
understand why he
falsified
wants
then?
you out of his house?
And I would love to get out of here. I don't know where to go.
Walk
Is
out
that
the
the
door.
reason?
Go sleep on the street.
Miss
Yeah.
Carter, is that the reason why
You
you
don't have
and
to go
him
home, but
are
you can't
still
stay
there
here.
and refuse to get out? Is because
He
you don't
could
know where to
come
go?
home. He could come home. We have told him that. We're
If our
not,
money would not have been misplaced, we would leave.
and now
Andrew, don't be.
And Miss Carter, do you understand that he doesn't want to come home until you and Mr. Henry are out of his home?
that's never ever been voiced to us.
Well, it is today. Do you understand that?
I don't, because we have done nothing to Abe and everything was fine. I've even got text messages after this, after he
Where are
moves
these
home.
text
I
Well,
don't
Miss
understand.
Carter, you and him are there because you just advised the court you have nowhere to go, even though your 3 children have now had to be placed somewhere else. You are still
2 children,
still
and
refusing
I
to move.
decided to place them somewhere else.
And do you understand, Miss Carter, that you're not a tenant there? Do you understand that?
We were a tenant.
No, we are a tenant.
You don't have
Under
a lease
under the
agreement.
Kansas law, we are a tenant. Yes,
You
we
don't
are.
have a lease agreement, do you, Miss Carter?
Yes, we do. It's a
It
verbal.
doesn't matter. It's verbal agreement.
Yes,
Okay.
it does matter.
And I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Look up
Yeah,
the statute.
They're just trash. They're just trash.
I'm not here to take advantage. I will go, and now I don't have money to. What do I do?
Get out. That's what you
Okay,
do. Get the
Ms.
fuck
Carter,
out.
Go sleep.
now
Go
it's
sleep on the
my
street.
turn
I don't
to
care where
talk,
you go.
and I don't
Get out
want
that
you
man's house.
interrupting, and I certainly
I
don't
understand.
I don't want the gentleman interrupting either. You don't have any legal standing to be in that home. I find that there is not a tenancy, that you basically have taken advantage of a young man, or gentleman that has some limited functioning, and he offered his home to you, and you've taken advantage of it. He's had to move out just because he can't deal with you being there.
Oh my God.
Are
I'm
you going
going
to
to
give this
grant,
without looking at our evidence?
I gave you a chance to present your evidence.
It has been submitted to the court.
I gave you a chance to present your
No,
evidence.
you did not.
It has been submitted via
All right,
fax.
folks, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm
Of
granting
course
the
you're not.
eviction. I'm
We would like
granting
to
the
appeal.
eviction.
You did this the last time
We
as
would like
well.
to appeal based
I
upon
am
the law
granting
being
the
proved.
eviction. I am denying any counterclaim. And as you recall, you have 14 days to
Yep.
appeal my decision,
And we will.
and you're
With
welcome
what
to do
money?
that. But you are to move out of the home immediately.
So anything that they
No,
did, what that was
not during the 14
illegal
days.
is overlooked.
That is my decision, Mr. Holmes, if you'll please journalize.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome, and we'll be in recess, so
They thought he'd be a pushover and he wasn't.
That's what it was.
Mhm.
That's exactly what it was. Taking too much of my time. All right, here's the last one. This is a man seeking a TPO against his daughter-in-law. Always great when there's a daughter-in-law.
Petition was filed on July 25th, 2023, and an ex parte order was issued on August 2nd, 2023. The respondent, Ms. Dolan, was served on August 8th, 2023. It's now 10:27. The respondent is still not here, and we will proceed in her absence because she was served and given opportunity to be present and heard. Mr. Levy, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. All right, how do you know Miss Dolan?
Ms. Dolan is currently married to my daughter, Samantha Levy.
All right, how old's your daughter?
My daughter is 24. 23.
Okay, and Miss Dolan is how old?
I believe 26.
What do you say?
All right.
Or that dyke violence.
More of that dyke violence. Okay. I told you. We already said it's not us. It's they are very own kicking their ass. But it's okay.
And
They can't stand each other.
how long have you known her?
Approximately 18 months.
Okay. Do you know if she's incarcerated at this time?
No, Your Honor, she made bond very quickly. She was originally charged as a misdemeanor.
Okay. So as far as you know, she is not incarcerated.
That is correct.
Okay. And was she living with you before this was served?
Before it was served, yes, Your Honor. Her and my daughter lived in my basement.
Does your daughter still live in the basement?
She does.
Okay. So why did you initially file the petition for protective order, Mr. Levy?
In the morning,
that bitch was kicking my ass.
As Ms. Dolan was packing her belongings to leave because of separation with my daughter, and my daughter and wife were out of state visiting my youngest daughter. Ms. Dolan struck me with her vehicle from behind and drove me 14 feet into a chain link fence, drove me through the fence, and I ended up approximately 50 feet from where the car started. And I was pretty severely injured.
All right, so you all lived in the same home?
Well, yes, she had been dispossessed and was in the process of leaving. I had actually gone outside through our side entry garage as she had turned on the car to leave, to just ask her if I could get the house key, thinking that seemed a reasonable thing to do. And she removed the house key from her chain and tossed it in front of the car, and it just never crossed my mind. So I went to get it when she struck me.
Okay. But you all did live in the same house?
Yes, previously to that point, yes.
Okay, and how long did y'all live together?
Probably something along the lines of 16 months.
Okay. Okay, so when you bent down to get the key, that's when you were struck by the vehicle?
Never made it to the key. I walked in front of the car. I had to go through a fence. She threw it through the chain link fence, which was 18 feet away from the car. And at some point between the fence to the backyard, she struck me.
So she went through the chain link fence?
Yes, by a great distance, and then proceeded to make several rounds in my backyard as she attempted to flee.
Damn.
She ended up getting
That
stuck
bitch
in the
crazy.
mud, and then she actually took the time to get
Won't
wooden
they charge
planks
her
to
with
put
a
under the
misdemeanor
tires
for this?
to
Say
free herself.
again?
He said that they had originally charged her with a misdemeanor for this.
Well, of course, she's a dyke.
Because he's a man and she's a woman.
We can't hear you, John the Baptist.
Oh. He's a man and she's a woman. He was a threat.
How is he the threat when she ran him over?
Because he asked for the key back. He's threatening her entitlement. He's making her feel less entitled.
Ah, okay.
And she doesn't like that.
Okay.
Herself from the mud. And at some point, the police arrived. I did call 911 approximately 5 minutes prior to the incident. I'm sorry, approximately 10 minutes prior to the incident. And my understanding is several minutes afterwards, she too called 911. But
Why did you call 911 before the incident?
So the incident originally escalated because Ms. Dolan and my daughter had 5 cats in the basement. And as they were separating, they agreed on a division that my daughter would keep 3 cats and Ms. Dolan would take 2 cats. And as Ms. Dolan was packing her car, I went down to the basement just see how she was doing. I was even offered to help her with heavy items. And I found 4 cats stuffed into 3 carriers. And as it turned out, she had threatened my daughter the day previously to take all the cats and then dump them in Florida. She was driving to Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah,
So
man,
I simply removed
cats, man.
2 of the 4 cats that were in the carriers, the ones that my daughter wanted, and brought them upstairs. And then I had no confrontation with Miss Dolan at that time. She was outside using the back to go around, and I went down through the stairs. So I went back into the kitchen, and presumably Ms. Dolan discovered what I did and came up to the kitchen and just started screaming and becoming very aggressive. And I called 911 immediately, asking for an officer to escort her off the property before it escalated.
Okay. Okay, and after you were struck by the vehicle, did she render any aid or anything like that? Did she come over to you to see how you were?
No, Your Honor. In fact, there is a audio of a dashboard cam because it was removed at some time prior to the incident and placed either on the center console or in the center console. And after I was struck, which by the way I heard, she re-revved the engine. I, on the ground after falling off of the hood, immediately thought she was going to finish the job. And with a fractured back, I actually got up and ran to go over my neighbor's fence. And I made it all the way to their deck before I collapsed. But at no time did she come over to check on me or render aid. When I went over the fence, you're facing forward and then you jump over and you're sort of facing back. By the time I jumped over the fence, she was already going around the backyard.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she was arrested on the scene?
She was.
Okay. And what do you know what you said it was for a misdemeanor?
She was charged with reckless conduct. She told the police it was an accident. And that was that.
Crazy.
And I've been for the last 6 weeks doing literally everything I can to get it upcharged to aggravated battery. I've
You been in
got-
contact with the prosecutor's office?
I started with the Dunwoody Police Department, who wrote the report, moved up to a detective, had a meeting with the chief of police, who I wrote my own crime scene report because nobody else did. So
Have you contacted the prosecutor's office? I don't need to hear about every
I'm sorry,
step.
ma'am. Yes, I have. I
That's
have a
rude.
message
Wait a
in
minute.
with.
That's a rude judge. I don't need to hear every part of the step.
Well, she doesn't. I mean, for TPO, she doesn't.
That's true. That's not the point.
The man just got ran. Man just got ran over.
I mean, I understand that the man wants to tell the story because he's hurt, but
it's the only time a man gets to get listened to. Half the time,
and still can't get listened to.
He still can't get listened to. This is crazy. But all right, man, let's keep it going. We're gonna play this out.
Attorney in the solicitor's office, Montero Jones.
Okay. All right. Has Miss Dolan ever been violent with you in the past?
With me, no. With my daughter, yes.
Okay. And have you heard from her since?
Yes, there was constant contact. So I've only gotten one text message from her. My daughter has received approximately half a dozen to a dozen, but it all stopped once we got the TPO.
Or did your daughter get a TPO as well?
No, but her name is on my TPO, and I simply don't think that Ms. Dolan is sophisticated enough to understand the implications. So she just stopped.
Okay. And she texted you once, you said?
Yes.
And what was the content of that text?
She had been harassing my daughter about alleged theft of something or another. And I received a text asking why I didn't stop my daughter from something or another.
Okay. And Mr. Levy, why do you believe a protective order is necessary against Ms. Dolan for the next 12 months?
She hit him with a car.
Wow.
Ms. Dolan stated via text mails to my daughter that she was intending to take her own life. And a lot of the text mails were very violent and threatening. And these were all sent on July 8th, even though the incident was July 9th. I wasn't aware of them at the time. But I believe very sincerely that Ms. Dolan, if given the opportunity, will attempt to harm myself or my family, and then potentially take her own life, as she threatened. Especially as divorce proceedings begin, because that will stress her and she will lash out.
All right. I am going to issue an order. I'm going to find that there is just 1 second.
I know she got. I know she got to ask the question because of
we do have
formality,
personal
right?
service here, correct?
That just seems so insensitive.
She was, because
Yeah,
she looks like
I
she
agree,
was
Johnny
served
Baptist.
in Florida. I guess that's where she's residing now, Mr.
That is her mother's home, and to the best of my knowledge, she is still residing there.
Right, and this happened in DeKalb County, and she is residing out of state now. Is jurisdiction.
Looked like she was served on the 20 August.
Well, it was signed on the 8th.
Yeah.
Is that one of our officers, or is that someone?
That's one of our officers, I believe. Do you want me to call the sheriff's department to?
I don't I'm a little confused about this service.
Broward County service.
My understanding is she was served by Broward County, Florida.
Okay, let me, we're gonna pause this and I'll bring you back, okay? I wanna make sure we've got this.
Sure.
Okay, make sure I understand the notice correctly. Okay, so when you bent down to get the key, that's when you were struck by the vehicle?
Never made it to the key. I walked in front of the car, I had to go through a fence. She threw it through the chain link fence, which was 18 feet away.
You hand me my screen box.
Basically, she gave him the damn TPO. I didn't even read that shit. What the hell that shit say? Unfortunately, Judge K did not come back on the record. However, after research, it looks like the judge was able to confirm proof of service and issue a 12-month protective order. So he did get it. Okay, cool.
That just seems so essential the way she asked that question. Like, why do you want a TPO? I mean, protection order. I'm like,
it's part of the process, unfortunately.
yeah, I know, but it's like, like, well, you're not listening what this broad just did to this guy. Is that not enough to get one?
Yeah, but it has to be stated for the court.
I know. I get what you said. I understand this, but it just don't seem right though.
Yeah. All right, guys. That has been a Sunday afternoon for me. I'm tired. I stayed up to 7 o'clock this morning on Fight Club, even though I said I wasn't going to do it. Did it anyway for research purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mayo, that was one you should have came to. Hey, John the Baptist, you too. It wasn't that bad.
I woke up at 5 and watched it, and I woke up a little bit before 7 and watched a little bit.
It wasn't that bad.
Illuminated was on there, and I didn't want to get him going.
Yeah, well, you know how it was a whole bunch of military talk, so it was decent. It was decent. We had one that was not regular military that was there. And, you know,
I watched the last 20 minutes today.
Before it cut off.
Yeah. I was like,
I was out before then, bro. I was done. I didn't even wake up till what, like 12:40. I was done. So, but you know, this was Sunday for me. I don't know if LA is gonna go live tonight or not. He hadn't said nothing. No one actually said nothing. But is it Sunday? No, my Sunday. Listen, Sundays are usually me doing this. I only started later because I only start later if I'm, we have something like a Sunday night movie night or whatever. I don't know. If y'all want to do movie night, I can come on and do that again. That doesn't bother me. I can do that. But give me a couple hours. I'll get one started. 8, 9 o'clock or something like that. Probably 8 o'clock. If we're gonna do movie night, I'll get in touch with LA and see what's going on. Other than that, man, those were the cases for this Sunday. I thought some of them were interesting. The craziest one was the black dude. Did you not welcome?
Robbed the bank. Talking about the bank robber.
The bank robber.
Who robbed the same bank 4 times?
Yeah.
Give me money or die.
Yeah, give me money or die, and gave him a $500,000 bond. That's crazy.
I missed it. Did they actually say he robbed the same bank 4 times?
Trump did. He got a bigger bond than Trump did. That's crazy.
Well, it was the 4th time he was.
Well,
the bank, so
the 4th time's a charm, sir.
Yeah.
But was it the same bank literally 4 times? Because I didn't even say that. That's crazy.
He wasn't supposed to talk to his person that he always goes to there to rob. It's obviously the same person. That's the only person that he was not able to go see this time. So at least he went to the one he was comfortable with. That he knew he wasn't gonna get a real charge with. I guess I don't know. They allowed him to do it 3 other times. So, and he wasn't underneath the jail. But that was just Sunday. Those are these cases this week.
But according to Mayo, everything's fine with him. He just don't listen well.
Yeah, he got a listening problem. That's what the problem is. Man got a listening problem. But I'm out of here unless y'all have anything else to go on. I'm gonna see what's going on. If you see a notification, which you probably won't because it's just YouTube is stupid. I'm probably gonna just do a movie night. I'm not gonna do a whole setup and talk about shit type thing. We're just gonna do a movie or whatever. And call it a day. I don't know what movie. Don't ask me. If y'all want to see a movie and you want me to download it, I'll do that too. I don't care. So, without further ado, we up out of here. See y'all guys tonight or something. Hopefully tonight. All right.
Peace.